If Matt Holtman and Mr. Gibbs would like to check their video and audio, please.
Video coming through?
Yep, we can see you. Thank you.
You hear me too? I can tell, so that's great.
Yes, I can hear you too. Thank you very much.
You
Yeah,
bet.
can you
We
hear
have
me?
some other folks joining as panelists from our team as well.
What? I'm sorry, say it again.
I said we should have some other folks joining from our team as well as panelists.
Okay.
Can you, okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
That's good. Thank you.
All right. You guys, are you going to stay on into the 6:30 meetings? Are you going to come back?
Is that what time it starts? 6:30?
Yeah, this is just for testing to make sure you're Zoom. So if you want to come back, you can. We'll put you back in.
We'll dial back in just shortly before that.
Okay. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
6:30?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the 6:30, approximately 6:30 is when the council come back from closed session.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just want to do my check-in as well, then I can jump off and come back at 6:30. This is Jim Becker. Can you hear me
Hi, Jim.
okay?
Yes, Jim. Which item are you for again?
I'm for the first one on the R3F rental assistance.
Or what is one again?
The rental assistance. It's the first item after the consent calendar. The R3F presentation.
Oh, got it.
Yep.
Okay, no problem.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, bye. This is for Mark Wessler. Your microphone is on.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, are you part of the panelists?
I am with the motive electric vehicle discussion.
I'll bring you in.
Okay.
Just up the dialog box that says promote to panelist. Mark Wessler.
All right, I still don't, let's see, I don't have my, oh, wait, there we go. Join as a panel.
Hello, Mayor.
Okay. All right, now that's working. Now, if I need, since we thought this was a start at 5 o'clock and not 6:30, if I need to drive home and reconnect, will that
Yeah,
still?
no problem.
Okay.
I got you on my list here.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
No problem. We'll see you later.
Bye.
Test, 1, 2. Test, 1, 2.
Melvin, are you present?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Madam Clerk, we have 4 council members and it is 5 PM. Are you ready to go?
Yes, I am.
Okay, welcome everyone to the open session to hear public comment before closed session. Would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Councilmember Bates. Councilmember Bates is absent. Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Johnson,
Here.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Presente.
Councilmember McLaughlin. Councilmember McLaughlin is absent, and Councilmember Willis.
Here.
And Mayor Butt.
Here. Would you read the closed session items, please?
Yes, during closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Under conference with legal counsel, workers' compensation claim, there's really only one claim. There, it looks like it's a duplicate. The claimant is employee of fire department. Claim is 160000077 COR. Agency claimed against City of Richmond. Conference with legal counsel, liability claim. Claimant Ophelia Gutierrez and agency claimed against City of Richmond. Conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives Jerome Taylor and Jack Hughes. Employee organizations, SEIU Local 1021, full-time and part-time units, IFPTE Local 21, mid-level management and executive management units. Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, Richmond Fire Management Association. Under conference with real property negotiators, first property is Nevin Plaza, 2400 Nevin Plaza. Agency negotiators, Nanette Beecham and David Rosen of DRA and Associates. Negotiating parties, EAH Housing and under negotiation, terms of price of payments. Property, second property is South 45th Street to the west, Wall Avenue to the south, Interstate 80 to the east, and the BART tracks to the north. Agency negotiators, Anita Luck, Lena Velasco, and Jesus Morales. Negotiating parties, Mayor Flores Community, Devco LLC. Under negotiations are the price and terms of payment. The third property is Terminal 1. Agency negotiators, Lena Velasco and Dave Alshire. Negotiating parties, Terminal 1 Development LLC. Under negotiation, price and terms of payment. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. There are 2 cases. And let's see. And we do not have any request to address the council.
City Clerk, just a quick point of order to mark me as present.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, so there are no public speakers, right?
No public speakers.
Okay, we're adjourned to closed session.
Hey,
Thank you.
thank you.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4.
It's a good test.
Congressman and Chancey, do you mind turning off your video cameras and muting until your item is up? Thank you. We see you, D. You can turn off your video camera, D.
Claudia, are you present? Okay, we have a quorum, Madam Clerk. Are you ready to go?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Bates. Councilmember Bates is absent. Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Johnson,
Here.
Vice Mayor Martinez. Vice Mayor Martinez is absent. Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Willis,
Here.
and Mayor Butt.
Here. Please play the public comment instructional video.
Due to COVID-19, this meeting will be conducted via Zoom pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Urgency Measure Assembly Bill 361, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act. The mayor will call upon council members, staff, and other guest speakers by name. Please speak clearly and state your name before giving comments or remarks. Council members, staff, and guest speakers participating via Zoom with their cameras enabled are reminded that their activities are visible to viewers. Community members participating via Zoom wishing to speak should use the raised hand feature or dial *9 if participating via phone, and the mayor or city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. Community members will have up to 2 minutes to speak, 3 minutes for public hearings. After the speaker's time expires, staff will lower their hand and mute their mic. Community members participating via phone will be called upon to speak by the last 4 digits of their phone number. Public input and participation are of the utmost importance to the City of Richmond City Council. Therefore, it is important for public speakers to be ready to address the council when called upon. Public speakers are requested to state their names and city of residence, but providing such information is voluntary. Written public comments received before and during the meeting in accordance with the COVID-19 public comment guidelines printed on the meeting agenda will be entered into the record and published at the clerk's office webpage. If authors of written correspondence would also like to speak on the item, they should raise their hand when prompted by the mayor, and the city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. A roll call vote will be taken for all action items. The meeting can be seen on KCRT's TV channel and is being streamed on Zoom, YouTube, and kcrt.com. Thank you for participating in a meeting of the City of Richmond City Council.
Debido a COVID-19, esta reunión se llevará a cabo a través de Zoom en conformidad con las provisiones de la medida de urgencia del gobernador de la Ley de la Asamblea 361, que suspende ciertos requisitos de la Ley Brown. El alcalde llamará a los concejales, a los empleados de la ciudad y a otros invitados a hablar por nombre. Por favor, hable claramente y diga su nombre antes de dar su comentario. Se recuerda a los concejales, empleados de la ciudad y otros invitados participando a través de Zoom con sus cámaras encendidas que sus actividades son visibles al público. Miembros de la comunidad participando a través de Zoom que deseen hablar deberían de usar la función levantar la mano, en inglés raise hand, o marcar *9 si están participando por teléfono. El alcalde y la secretaria municipal llamarán a los oradores en el momento apropiado. Miembros de la comunidad tendrán hasta 2 minutos para hablar y 3 minutos para temas de audiencias públicas. Después de que se expire el tiempo de orador, se le bajará la mano y el micrófono será silenciado. Miembros de la comunidad participando por teléfono serán llamados para su turno usando los últimos 4 dígitos de su número de teléfono. Los comentarios y la participación del público son de suma importancia para el Consejo Municipal. Por lo tanto, es importante que los oradores públicos estén listos para dar sus comentarios al Consejo Municipal cuando sean llamados. Se pide que los oradores públicos indiquen sus nombres y ciudad de residencia, pero proveer dicha información es voluntario. Comentarios escritos recibidos antes y durante la reunión, de acuerdo con las reglas designadas para comentario público durante el COVID-19, imprimidos en la agenda de la reunión, serán ingresados en el registro y se publicarán en la página web de la Secretaría Municipal. Si los autores de la correspondencia escrita también desean hablar sobre el tema, deberían levantar la mano cuando sea pedido por el alcalde, y la Secretaría Municipal los llamará en el momento apropiado. Se realizará una votación nominal para todos los puntos de acción. La reunión se podrá ver en el canal de televisión de KCRT y también se transmitirá en Zoom, YouTube y kcrt.com. Gracias por participar en una reunión de Consejo Municipal de la ciudad de Richmond.
The next item is statement of conflict of interest. Does anybody have one? I don't see any. The next item is agenda review. I've had a number of requests to move item Q3, which is the Terminal 1 issue, to move it up to be the first item under study and action session. And I'm going to do that unless there's objections. Don't see any. Any other changes to the agenda? Okay, the next item is a report from the city attorney.
Some internet connectivity issues. So for some reason, my camera goes off during the meeting. It's because of that. That's all.
I didn't hear you. Was that you, Councilmember Willis?
Councilmember Willis was stating that he's having some technical difficulty sometimes, so his camera will go in and out.
Okay.
Just wanted to let everyone know that.
Okay. Okay, next item is report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session. Mr. City Attorney.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. In closed session, the items we had as C1, which are employee claims, and C2 which is a liability claim by Gutierrez. These items were not discussed. On the labor negotiations, we gave a status report with regards to all the various bargaining units, and direction was given for continued negotiations. On the C4, the Nevin Plaza real estate matter, there was a discussion of potential assistance to that project, and there was a vote to basically provide funding for some items involving that project. The motion was by Councilmember Willis, approved by Councilmember Jimenez, and the vote was 5-1 with one abstention and one no vote. The item that is listed here for Miraflores, that item was continued for another meeting. The Terminal 1 item is on your agenda for public action. There were some legal issues discussed pertaining potential claims, but there was no reportable action taken. With regards to C5, which were two cases that where the possibility of initiating litigation, there was no reportable action on either matter, and one was continued to, they were both continued to the next council meeting. So that's the closed session report.
Okay, thank you. Next item is report from Congressman Mark DeSaulnier.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really won't take much time. I just wanted to tell you how grateful I am that I've had the opportunity to represent Richmond. I represented part of Richmond in my first term in the state Senate for 4 years before redistricting. And of course, for the last 8 years, until the redistricting commission changed the district I represent. So I just really wanted to thank you all. It's been a pleasure. If I had had some say about it, we were told we couldn't comment on the maps to the redistricting commission. So it was frustrating for me, but I just want to tell you how much I enjoyed working with you through the years, and how fondly I feel about West County and Richmond. We had some good things we were able to accomplish, expanding the Rosie the Riveter site. On the transition, the mayor and I have had multiple meetings with others. We were able to get a grant that goes to the county on just transition for community hours with big fossil fuel footprints. So we make sure that the employees are treated well, and that we eliminate those facilities as quickly as reasonably possible, at least in regards to their carbon emissions. On the infrastructure bill, my largest bill was incorporated into that. It was a priority for the administration, and that's the Clean Corridor bill that went from a $4 billion national grant to a $40 billion national grant for communities to apply for infrastructure so we can make the transition to electric and fuel cell vehicles as quickly as possible. West County's had leadership over the years with this. I'm thinking of the fuel station many years ago in Richmond that AC Transit did, that I helped when I was on MTC. And then another thing that we have worked on, Mayor Butt, is the issue of gun violence. We're hoping a bill that we have will get passed into law before the end of the year, before we go into the minority, that would require CDC to be a repository of all the best violence prevention programs, so that local government and state governments can do what is so difficult to get done at the federal level. And I think that's it. I just wanted to really tell you thank you. On the transition, there is also a large almost $400 billion in the Build Back Better, which is technically called the Inflation Reduction Act. for transition projects to go to clean fuel. So all of those things, I think West County, the 80 corridor, 580, your main streets are all ideally suited for. And as Representative Garamendi represents you, he and I and Congressman Huffman are the three people from Northern California who are on the Transportation Infrastructure Committee. We'd all like to work with you to facilitate any kind of interest you have on those grants to get that money because you're such an important corridor in an important area that's got by far and away the most battery electric cars, fuel cell cars, and alternative fuel heavy duty trucks in the country are here in the Bay Area. So you're a big part of that. So I'll stop there, Mayor. If there are no questions, if there are questions, I'd be happy to answer them. You will read about the urgency of our budget requirements. We have what's called a continuing resolution to fund the federal government that's up on December 16th. We on the Democratic side have been insisting for an omnibus that would take us through next year. And when we are no longer in the majority, the Republican side is pushing for a very short solution and threatening, some of them are threatening to shut down the government if they don't get some of the things they want, which we've already experienced that before. So that's one thing you will read a lot about is whether we will get a federal budget done or whether the minority and a small part of that minority will cause a shutdown of the government, which I hope won't happen. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Congressman. I do have some questions from council members. Councilmember McLaughlin, go ahead.
Yes, first of all, thank you, Congressman, for your service to Richmond and West County over the years and for your continued service, of course, in a redistricted area. But I did want to take advantage of this moment, and I don't want us to get into a detail of it, but to state that we at the Richmond City Council level unanimously passed a resolution to support a bill in Congress for a national infrastructure bank, which will bring about trillions more. I think it's 5 trillion more in funding. And I know Barbara Lee is one of the sponsors. And so we sent that to you. You may have seen it. And we would love for you to be add to the many sponsors already. And so that was just the pitch I wanted to put in. And thank you for your service.
No, I appreciate that, council member. And I'm relying on my memory here, but I'm reasonably certain Barbara and I are both sponsors. Something I supported in the legislature when I was chair of the transportation committees there at a state level doing an infrastructure bank. It's I think it's either North or South Dakota. I'm relying on my memory, has done this for years. So it's a good idea. So I'll double check. If I'm not, it's because there has been some miscommunication, which almost never happens in government, you know.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Councilmember Bates, go ahead. Councilmember Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And to the Congressman, thank you too for your excellent service to Richmond and West County in particular. I just had one question. I think everyone recognized the tremendous increase in crime, not only in Richmond, West County, but throughout the nation. What do you have, what is Congress looking at to try to give some relief to cities that are having these serious crimes on a daily, if not probably hourly? So
we do have legislation, and if we get an omnibus, there'll be more money for like a COPS 2. We're having problem, particularly in high cost areas across the country, like the Bay Area, DC, Boston, New York, LA, Chicago, in attracting young people who can pass all the necessary tests to go in law enforcement. So it's a challenge nationally. The rise nationally and in California in crime is largely related to availability of guns. So a lot of what we're doing is trying to reinforce what California does. If you look at the Giffords scorecard on states, California and Connecticut have the best gun violence policy, and they do a very good job of connecting that over time through evidence-based public policy, connecting those policies to statistically to the safety. So in UC Davis, we just had a town hall with them. I work with them closely. The director there is great. Their violence prevention program, you have worked with them. And a lot of the programs, council member, that you've been involved with the years in Richmond are national models. I had a colleague, Mark Vasey from Dallas, come to me, and he wanted to come out and visit Richmond, but then COVID hit. So I just saw him last week and said, even though you won't represent Richmond, I want to come visit with you. So one last point, during the election cycle, this was an optic nationally that we've seen played before, that is my opinion, people on the other side of the aisle were using the visuals of some of the, and I'm not denying there's a crime problem, but making it in our case directed at the current district attorney. And the Public Policy Institute of San Francisco did a really deep dive analytically into crime rates across the state. And granted, this was probably completed 6 months ago, but Contra Costa actually stood out as the best of any urban county. And a lot of that has to do with work that you've done, but also that we have done historically. And I mentioned my predecessor because we did a lot with him when he was chair of the Education and Labor Committee on juvenile justice reform. So our rates actually are admirable. That's not to deny what you brought up, Councilmember Bates. And one of the challenges we found out from the Department of Justice is the internet, that property crimes, it's easy, relatively easy nowadays on the internet to get rid of stolen goods. I'm sure you're aware of this. So we're trying to work with the department, we are working with the Department of Justice and Congress and with state attorney generals and locals to figure out what are the best practices to make it harder for people to be able to liquidate property crime, physical goods that they're selling, like catalytic converters. A lot of those are being stolen and sold. And in the past, before the internet, I'm told it was much harder. It was easier for the police to catch them when they tried to get rid of that property.
One of the things that I think the mayor and even vice mayor have observed as we travel abroad, and especially in China, cameras are all over the place. That is something that seriously should be considered. And what we're finding, as you probably recognize, that even crime today, cameras are being provided to apprehend and give evidence as to what's going on. So maybe a serious consideration to funding cities that invest in cameras would be a valuable asset in curtailing the criminal situation. Thank you very much.
No, I appreciate that, Councilmember. I've enjoyed working with you over the years since you and I have been around a while. So it's always been a pleasure.
Councilmember Jimenez, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for serving here in Richmond. And I'm glad that also hearing that the federal government is looking at the best practice to reduce gun violence. And as you know, in Richmond, we had been reimagining public safety with the Office of Neighborhood Safety, who has been a national recognized program. So I'm glad that maybe you are saying that there will be more allocation of funds, maybe for us to advocate for some funds for the Office of Neighborhood Safety, who had significantly helped to reduce gun violence in the city of Richmond. So that is one thing. And then the other part is, thank you for sending the letter to the mayor about the just transition, as we had been working here we passed a blue and green New Deal to look into what a just transition looks for Richmond. And we will be also asking you to support us to see how we can be more proactive to get some of the funds, because as you know, Richmond is one of the cities where if a just transition happen, it needs to happen here. So we will be communicating with you and your staff to help us to see how we can access to this funding. Thank
That'd be
you.
great. It's a priority for me. The 4 refineries in Contra Costa and the 5th refinery in the Bay Area, Valero, no longer are in my district. They will all be, I believe, yeah, Valero too, will be in Representative Garamendi's district. So to the degree that we can work together. I'm on Transportation Infrastructure, and I'm a senior member now in the Education and Labor Committee, and labor, this is a big issue nationally. And we're sort of a national model so far about working with labor and environment to make the transition work for everybody. There's plenty of jobs. We've done an inventory between NOAA on jobs right now, for whether it's sea level rise to putting in all this infrastructure from well to wheel, as we used to call it when I was on carbon, we still call it, to get as near zero as possible on carbon and traditional pollutants. There are generations of good jobs available. So one of the things we've tried to overcome is a misrepresentation that these jobs will just go away and it will be like West Virginia. We don't have to be like that. We can make a transition so our friends in labor can transition. I have another bill that would require more of the employers to pay more money for retraining. So somebody who's been a Boilermaker for years, very specific trade, over time, appropriately gets training that the employers, so Chevron would have to contribute more of that retraining, even though they won't be doing work in their facilities anymore. So I hope we can continue to work on this. It's really important to me. I serve 3 different governors on the California Air Resources Board. I've worked with them on their new scoping plan that they just released on carbon. It's complicated, it's controversial because a lot of people say it's unrealistic. I don't think it is. And I think we in the Bay Area and we are really, it's a responsibility, but we are a national model. The industrial safety ordinance that I did a long time ago that's been replicated all over the country and the world, people in other jurisdictions look to those. And of course, Richmond, I passed that in the county, and Mayor Butt and others passed it in Richmond. So we're looked at. I know, a variation of a prophet has no honor in their own land, but as we keep pushing to do more, we should be pretty proud of what we have accomplished so far. But we also have to accept the fact that we have a heavy responsibility. I have colleagues in New Jersey and Pennsylvania who regularly ask me what we're doing here in the Bay Area because they want to copy it.
Yeah, and I look forward to working with you as we continue to have majority progressive. These are the things that we will be, I hope, we will be pushing and moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other council member? Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
It's been great having you represent us, and I'm looking forward to continuing this work. When I talked to Garamendi, he said that he wanted to make sure that he followed your policies. So I'm going to make sure you help us hold his feet to the fire to continue doing the work that we're doing. We've got a lot of work to do, and Richmond's been really lucky in having all these grassroots organizations that are intent on making sure we have a just transition. We're already working on it. I think we're at the forefront in terms of planning for the just transition. And with that in mind, I would hope to create a pipeline to the federal government so that the city of Richmond can be recognized as an innovator and start receiving federal funds to help us implement the ideas that we come up with. So thanks a lot.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure working with you as well.
Okay, anyone else? Well, thanks again, Congressman. We're gonna miss you, but we still know where to find you.
Yeah,
That's
Mr. Mayor, could I just close with one little instant tidbit? When the congressman replaced our very beloved Congressman George Miller, that was question is, could he measure up to the level of an icon like George Miller? And Congressman, I gotta tell you, you've done a great job, and you fall right in the same category with Congress George Miller serving the city of Richmond and all of your district. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Congressman.
Okay, thank you and happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. Same to all of you. We'll be seeing you.
All right. The next item is report from the city manager, and she's informed me that in the interest of time that she'll pass on that tonight. So that takes us to crime report from the police chief.
Hello, good evening, Mayor Butt and City Council members. Tonight I have the crime report for October 25th through November 20th. There were 19 reported aggravated assaults, 22 reported robberies, 7 reported sexual assaults, 46 reported burglaries, 77 reported thefts, and that includes catalytic converters and other thefts, and 76 auto thefts. Additionally, we received 56 shot spotter reports and 82 calls of shots fired. Beat 7 in the Northern District continues to be the area with the highest total of incidents reported. And we continue to be challenged with sideshows coming into our area and our city, mostly during the late night hours on the weekends, but also sometimes occurring on other days and afternoons. We are in discussions with other law enforcement agencies in the county to develop a regional task force to specifically address this issue, and we're hoping to get a team up and running in early next year. Thank you.
Okay, any questions? Go ahead, Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes, Chief French, thank you very much. On the issue of catalytic converters, I know there is a lot of that going on, and not only in Richmond, but beyond. I mean, obviously the congressman referred to it. So recently I heard that it's possible that or a fix would be if the manufacturers made these catalytic converters in a way that secured them, you know, in a more strong way to the engine of the car. And I guess there are some cars that are more prone to having these easily thieved catalytic converters that are very easy for a thief to take out of the car engine. So are you aware of any action on that level of requirements for manufacturers to make them in a more secure way?
So certainly you brought up a good point. It is it's a nationwide issue. I mean, catalytic converters are being stolen across the nation. What we're seeing here in Richmond are the thieves are becoming a lot more bold. In one incident last month, when the property owner, the car owner, confronted the thieves, they actually shot at him. And we're seeing that in other jurisdictions in the Bay Area, where when the thieves are actually caught, they're actually shooting at the victims to get away. And so while I haven't heard of the manufacturers being mandated to make these catalytic converters more difficult to steal, I know that there are instances in which auto repair shops are putting in kind of like a metal thing over the catalytic converters. But of course, that's costly to people. My neighbor here in the city actually had his catalytic converter stolen 4 times from his Toyota Prius. And Toyota Priuses are the car that's like the #1 car that's gone after, because I guess the amount of money that can be obtained from the catalytic converters on Toyota Priuses. So while I haven't heard of the manufacturers at this point being mandated, I can see that sometime in the future because it has gained a lot of attention of lawmakers for something like that to be input, in the future. I know that Vallejo PD, somebody sent me an article recently that Vallejo PD was taking to their council or developing some kind of city ordinance in which if you were caught with a catalytic converter, then it was against city ordinance. Because a lot of times if we stop people that have a bunch of different catalytic converters and we can't determine where they came from, it's hard for us to determine, if they're stolen, which most likely 99% of the time they are stolen, but we just can't determine who the actual victim of the crime is. And so if there was some type of ordinance that makes just possession, because nobody's going to have them unless you're not a mechanic, that might be a solution. I mean, I haven't looked into what exactly Vallejo's doing, but I know that they are proposing an ordinance in their city.
Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Willis, go ahead.
I'd actually be interested in hearing more information about that ordinance that's being developed sometime in the future. But I think I remember from one of your reports before when this issue came up, and this is just an assumption, I don't know completely the process, but I'm assuming and have assumed that the catalytic converters are being cut out for their precious metals and basically being sold and recycled. That being said, and this might also be a city attorney question, like, is there any way to develop an agreement with our recycling centers? I'm assuming like Sims Metal or anybody else who recycles those type of parts, to have an agreement with them that they're not going to take in those kind catalytic converters for recycling, just to kind of disincentivize people from wanting to do that to begin with. I thought I heard that came up before, but I didn't know if that's a conversation you or anybody else in other jurisdictions have been talking about.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that particular agreement or if that can be done. The issue that we have is it's so prevalent across not only the Bay Area, but in the entire state and the nation, that I'm not sure that just a ban in Richmond will really have that much of an impact that we're looking for. It's worth a try.
I was hoping for more of a domino effect. If that's an agreement, then maybe that could be something that people can start. You got to start somewhere, because right now I hear a bunch of seniors are waking up in the morning to their catalytic converters being stolen. Friends of me are having it happen to them all the time. So just figuring out like, where do we start and how do we trend to discourage that type of action from happening by not rewarding that criminal act if that's what people are doing with the catalytic converters. So thought that came up in a previous report, but I just kind of wanted to throw that out there to see if that was a viable option to start with. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bates, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to hear the chief indicate some tools and some measures that this council should take to give you the authority and the opportunity to do the job that you feel necessary. And one has to do with an ordinance that gives the police authority to confiscate and also probably an ordinance or something to arrest individuals who are driving around with catalytic converters, knowing very well if they got 3 or 4, 99% of the time they're stolen. So maybe you can articulate to the council tools that you need to make you more effective in protecting this community.
Sure, thank you, Councilmember Bates. So I think a starting point may be looking at an ordinance similar to what Vallejo is doing, and I'd have to do some more research and work with our city attorney on something that will work here for our city. So I think that that's certainly a starting point, is to look at specific ordinances that we can use to combat this issue.
Okay, any other questions for the chief? I don't see any, so we'll move on
Excuse-
to, yes,
Mr. Mayor.
go ahead.
Hello, Chief French. One thing that it will be good, it will be an analysis of the trend of crime from like a comparison from all this year. That would be great. You can send to us the data. Thank you.
Are you referring to all the crimes that we've had to date, like a crime report?
Yeah, so you mentioned the crimes, but a comparison of how much has increased or decreased during the year. That would be great.
Okay, I actually have that right now. So in terms of violent crimes right now, from October 2021 to October 2022, is 22% increase. And in property crimes, there's been a 3% increase from October 2021 and October 2022.
Yeah, so you mentioned a month. So if we can from January to now, that information would be great as well. Thank you.
Okay, if there are no more questions for the chief, we will move on to the open forum for public comment.
Okay, we have 2 speakers or 3 now at the moment. And before we begin, I'd like to remind speakers to please keep their comments respectful. I have Philip Rosenthal, Steve Bischoff, Mark Wasberg, and Bruce Baird. Philip Rosenthal, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody. I just wanted to make a comment that followed up on a recent meeting concerning very important agenda items that appear very late at night. There is a constant preaching or a constant shouting from the mountaintops that the council wants to hear from its constituency. But I do believe that after this many years, we kind of know how long these meetings are going to go. And the expectation that the average taxpayer or resident, certainly some of which have young children, working people who have to get up in the morning, senior citizens, would have great difficulty staying up through a 5, almost 6-hour meeting to make a comment on something of significance. So I would continue to urge the council to make it as easy as possible to get on, speak on a subject, even if perhaps we could have to speak on the agenda item at the beginning of the meeting, even if the agenda item comes later. The other thing I'd like to point out is that I have a college degree, work online, and am relatively computer literate, but I had to call a friend to find out how to get the Zoom information to enter this meeting. Because if a regular taxpayer or resident doesn't know that the Zoom link is in the agenda column, there's no way to search that on the website. So I think we can do a much better job at letting people know how to speak, and we can do a much better job at making sure that multi-million-dollar issues that affect every taxpayer and resident of Richmond are not being heard close to midnight at the end of a 6-hour meeting. Thanks for consideration on that. And once again, safe and happy Thanksgiving to everybody.
Thank you. Next speaker, Steve Bischoff. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, thanks. I just wanted to note that in the paper today, it was reported that San Mateo County is doing a thing where they're branding catalytic converters and also marking it, making it clear that anybody who'd buy one would be getting something that was stolen. And they're also offering to put marks on the car indicating that had been done. They only had 500 of them to start with, and they've been oversubscribed already. But it seemed like one method of trying to do something about this problem. So I just wanted to note that.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mark Wasberg. Mark, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, you hear me?
Yes.
The person that attacked Paul Pelosi was an illegal immigrant from Canada and a white person. You don't have to come from Mexico to be an illegal immigrant. I said there was her policies and the Democrat policy that caused her husband to be attacked because ICE had him on their radar. But there was nothing they could do because if they would have arrested him before the incident, there was going to release him anyway. And this is the norm. What's happening with your lawmakers? You're being corrupt. You're lying and conning to the people. Even Ted Cruz was attacked at a parade. You hear me?
Yes.
And see, this is why the people are getting so fed up, because you people are out there conning the people, and it's the Democratic Party who's letting these illegal immigrants coming in, and more and more law enforcement, our politicians, the Congress are getting more corrupt. You people don't know what's really going on with our country. It's the most stupidest thing it could ever happen to our country. And don't be surprised if the RPA starts getting attacked, because we know they're a bunch of communists. We know they're not respecting our constitutional laws. You people are just a bunch of garbage. And now they finally voted that bitch out of Congress, who had no right being there anyway, because she was out there promoting violence during the Floyd incident. Oh, they're going to do what they're going to do, so let them go ahead and keep rioting. You see what the Democrats Party doing? And that congressman, that guy's full of shit, that he's going to end up training a pipe fitter, a welder that's making almost $35, $40, $50 an hour. They're going to train him out of a green.
Next speaker is Bruce Baird. Bruce, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Mayor Butt, members of the council, my name is Bruce Byert, Chair of TRAC, Trails for Richmond Action Committee. I wanted to let you know that last Wednesday, November 16th, marked the 3rd year of operation of the Richmond-San Rafael Bridge Trail, with over 250,000 people taking walking or biking trips across it. In fact, 270,000 people to be precise. Sunday, Rich City Rides hosted a big celebratory ride across the bridge from Richmond BART to San Rafael and back. Over 300 participants joined in that ride and enjoyed riding the Richmond Wellness Trail, the Richmond Greenway to the Bay Trail, and across the bridge and back, 4.5 miles of Bay Trail. And the good news, as you heard a couple of weeks ago during your session on the Richmond San Rafael Bridge Trail, is that a recent study by UC Berkeley Research Group under contract to Caltrans found that operation of the trail has not contributed to any increase in traffic congestion on I-580 westbound between Albany and the Richmond San Rafael Bridge and across the bridge. So just want to give you that update. The 4-year pilot program has 1 year to run, and after the end of that year, the success of the Richmond San Rafael Bridge Trail will be assessed. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
Okay, thank you. That brings us back to the consent calendar. There's only one item on it. Do we have a motion?
I'll move the calendar.
I'm just going to second. Okay, motion by Johnson, second by Jimenez. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
And next, we're going to take up item Q3. Would you read that, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes, item Q3 is to approve terms of amendments to land disposition agreement for Terminal 1 project with developer, and 2, authorize the city manager and city attorney to finalize the amendment incorporating the approved terms. 3, adopt a resolution declaring Terminal 1 property exempt from Surplus Land Act and receive input on community benefits proposed as part of the project.
Okay, I assume there's a staff report.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'll give the report. The background on this is that the city in 2014 approved a land disposition agreement to sell property, about 10 acres of a 13-acre site, to construct a medium density residential project on the former Terminal 1 site, which is obviously was a part of the historic port of Richmond. There's most of the buildings on the site that were formerly there have been demolished. There are a number of former port improvements and structures, but the main building that is still left is a 94,000 square foot former warehouse building. And there's also an existing pier or wharf on the southern part of the site. So the original project included 323 units, consisting of condominiums and townhouses and common areas. Again, the agreement was approved in 2014. This was, by the way, after a process of going out with RFPs and trying to find, looking at different development proposals, and the city entered into an agreement to negotiate with the Terminal 1 developer, who I will refer to from now on as the developer. There was an exclusive agreement to negotiate that was entered into, and ultimately the 2014 LDA. At that point, the developer started an investigation of the site and developing their project. It took a considerable amount of time. It turns out the site, as a former industrial location, had a number of issues with it. Meanwhile, over time, as everyone knows, in 2019, the COVID emergency pandemic occurred, and this affected the development community, the economic development, and for several years, there really wasn't the ability of going forward. In the meantime, the state of California, dealing with its housing issues, there had for a long time been a surplus land act under the state. It had some requirements for what happens when you have surplus property, and what that process would be. But the state, in looking at the housing crisis, decided there's a lot of public land out there that's just sitting there. It doesn't really have a public purpose. It's surplus property, and these surplus properties should be developable for housing purposes. And so the state amended the Surplus Land Act and put a lot of requirements on it in terms of creating a process where surplus property, you would apply to the State Department of Housing and Community Development. The Department of Housing and Community Development would develop a list of of sponsors, housing sponsors. Last time I checked, there were over 500 housing sponsors on the list. And the idea being, if you had surplus property, you would notify HCD. They would then notify all the housing sponsors, and housing sponsors could submit applications to develop those properties. There'd be a 90-day process where they could submit applications to develop the property. The city that had the property that had been determined to be surplus would consider these applications, and applications that there were certain applications, obviously, with significant amounts of affordable housing that would be given priorities. And these projects, the city could develop, basically negotiate with multiple projects concurrently. At the end of that process, the the state's hope was that you would find an affordable housing developer to go forward with a development on that property. You certainly could have criteria under your general plan for the housing. But for example, just because you had a piece of commercial property and the zoning was commercial, didn't mean that you wouldn't have to go through this process. You might not have to select a developer that didn't meet your criteria, but you still had to go through the process. Well, there were various exemptions. One exemption was if you were already doing affordable housing projects and you had 40% of your project had housing, then you did not necessarily have to go through this process because you're also already providing affordable housing. Another exemption was if you're selling to another public agency. But the exemption in particular that we're interested in is if you had a pre-existing agreement that was entered into before the act was amended. So in other words, if you had an agreement that was entered into before 2019, which of course our project was 2014, and if you could close by the end of this year, which is now a little more than a month away, then that project would be exempt from this other process. So meanwhile, with this passage of time and with the developers becoming aware of the extreme cost of developing this site, which I will go into in a minute, the developer began looking at the cost or had been looking at the cost of their project, which involved podium construction and constructing projects on top of a podium where you were dealing with land that had some remediation issues involving it. And when they looked at the cost, they concluded that the originally conceived 300 unit project was not going to fly. So they came up with an alternative project and they came to the city and asked whether we would consider this alternative project. We basically went to our financial consultant, Land Economic Group, and asked Land Economic Group to compare the two proposals, both to determine whether the original 323 project was financeable and developable, and also to look at whether the newly proposed project was financeable and developable. And I went through a considerable process with the developer to because they had a project pro forma and we needed to be able to have our consultant look at the pro forma. We eventually worked out a method where our consultant could look at that pro forma, and the consultant came back and said that they didn't agree with all the numbers of the developer, but they did agree that the original project was too expensive, was not developable in today's market, and they concluded that the newly proposed project was developable, although you could not load it with too many more expenses than it was already loaded with. So given that assessment was back in March and April, the city council instructed us to tell the developer that he could go forward with the revised project, and we could try and amend the not only from a development standpoint, analyze the revised project and do the environmental study along those lines. They told us that in terms of the land disposition agreement, we could begin negotiating an amendment to that agreement. So as the project developed, there were a number of land use issues that were raised by neighbors, by the analysis of the environmental issues, and we recently started trying to figure out what the land use amendment would look like. And we've met with the council and talked about some of these changes in the project. The staff report goes into the economic analysis, and it goes into the amended land development agreement. And I want to, one thing that's very important to recognize, because the Planning Commission met last night. The Planning Commission, the project it had before it was this revised project, and the Planning Commission looked at the environmental issues, looked at the site plan, looked at the development issues. The discussion at the Planning Commission raised a number of issues. The Planning Commission is a recommending body to the City Council. They do not have final action. And the recommendation of the Planning Commission has not come before the council at this point in time. It is scheduled to be considered by the council on December 6th. That will be a public hearing item. But it's very important to point out that the item that we're here on tonight has to do with the sales agreement, the land disposition agreement. This is the agreement by which the city would sell the property to the developer. Right now, the property is still in the name, it's port property, but it's in the name of the city. So on page 3 of my staff report here, I quote some language that is in the land disposition agreement. That language appears in 3 different places in the land disposition agreement. And it says basically that the developer is solely responsible for processing and securing all the entitlements required to develop the property, to pay the cost, and to construct the offsite improvements. Nothing shall be deemed to require the city to grant any local approvals or otherwise to exercise its discretionary authority in any particular manner. So the city could have a purchase agreement, and the purchase agreement could talk about what was intended to go on the site, but the ultimate determination of what was going to go on the site, that authority rests with the recommending bodies, which are the Design Review Board and the Planning Commission, and it rests with the approval body, which is the City Council. So I want, especially with this hearing coming up on December 6th, the council is not obligated to approve anything in particular. It's not obligated to approve the project that's being recommended. It's not required to approve the project described in the land disposition agreement. It is, as the land disposition agreement says itself, the council is free to grant the local approval or otherwise exercise its discretionary authority in any manner it sees fit, which could include turning the whole thing down. Now, the agreement we are here to talk about is the land disposition agreement. And the problem emerges in that the land disposition agreement that you approved in 2014 explicitly said that the developer was not obligated to go forward unless they had all their approvals, because the price in the agreement was $10 million. So the developer basically wanted to go through the land use process, find out what got approved, and then hand over his $10 million and buy the property. Now, because the first opportunity the City Council has to approve the project is December 6th, the Surplus Land Act requires a 30-day notice to the Housing and Community Development Department before we can close on property. So we have to give that notice before the end of November. And this is the last meeting the council has before the end of November. So if you approve going forward, we would give that notice. HDD would have 30 days to see whether we are compliant with the statute and we can go forward and close. And then we could go forward and close. But there have to be some changes from the way the closing was envisioned back in 2014. Primarily, the developer will not have all of his permits. So we have to get the developer to waive his right to object to closing because he doesn't have permits, because he likely will not have his permits. So he has to waive that. If he's going to waive that, he doesn't want to give us 10 million bucks. So what in the last several weeks, we have worked out, and it's on page 4 of the staff report, some significant changes to the land disposition agreement. The purchase price is still going to be 10 million, but the payment of that, the developers already paid $500,000. They would be required by the end of December when we close to give us another $500,000. So we would be at 1 million of our 10 million. Then at the point in time when the developer does have all his entitlements and can go forward, and if there have been no lawsuits filed, so the developer is entitled to go forward, the developer would pay us $2 million, and they would pay us another $2 million when they have their building permits. So that means when they get to the granting of the building permits, we will have gotten half the purchase price. The remaining 5 million would be paid either when the 50th building permit is issued or on December 15, 2024, not 23, but 24. At that point in time, we would have our $10 million. However, because we have deferred the receipt of this money for basically 2 years, and obviously there's big incentive because the developer needs to get these permits, and as he gets more permits, he has to ante up more money. And basically at the point in time when the developer completes all of the sales of the project, if the developer has received over $182 million, which our consultant, our financial consultant projected there was a reasonable chance they would get to that level, then the developer would have to pay us either 15% of his gross revenue or $5 million. So taking the 5 million, if you got paid 5 million, you ultimately would have received not 10 million for the purchase price, but 15 million. So you would have gotten a 50% increase in the sales price because you deferred your money to allow the developer to go through this process. Now, the other important conditions that are mentioned in the staff report include the fact, well, what happens if somewhere along the way the project goes south? Well, basically, if the developer does not build this project, you receive back the property. There's a right of reverter by which you will receive the property. In the old redevelopment days, we had rights of reverter in all of our deals. So you would get the property back, but of course, you'd have to give them back all the unspent money that you had received. Another very important aspect that is going to be written into this agreement, the neighbors have a number of concerns. There are 3 projects coming along that impact that area. At that point in time, the area will be pretty much built out. There's a lot of grading that has to happen. Right now, some of the critical parts of the streets are privately owned. And the HOAs expected that this property was, the roads were eventually going to be taken over by the city. But by now, the roads are 20 plus years old, and they're no longer in necessarily first-class condition. They don't necessarily meet our standards. And these development projects are likely going to tear the roads up. So I have talked with the council. I believe that the council is committed to taking these roads back and making them public roads, as has been understood by the HOAs. But we don't want to take them back and then go have to spend millions of dollars fixing them up. So I think what makes sense is that these developers who are going to be utilizing the roads to build their projects and then service their projects, those developers need to pay their fair share to get the roadways back up to city standards. And so the first project through on this is the Terminal 1 project. What we propose to them is that we put language in this agreement because the homeowners are afraid this isn't going to happen, that they've waited all this time and it's not going to happen. So Terminal 1 has agreed to put language in to deal with that. The last several days, what happened at the Planning Commission, there's some conditions in the Planning Commission that have been some complaints over. So in the next several weeks, as we finalize this agreement, I will be working to try and to make sure these issues are incorporated in the land use agreement in the land use development, the land disposition agreement, excuse me, to make sure these issues are addressed. I understand the concerns of the homeowners. All of their concerns are in good faith. They're appropriate. And it's just, there's a timing difficulty. The city does not have extra money to do things at this point in time, unfortunately. And so we need to take advantage of these development opportunities to help pay for these issues. Now, one more thing I want to cover, and again, it's in page 4 of the staff report. It outlines some of the really extraordinary development costs that impact this property. For example, there is seismic and environmental conditions that need to be remediated and dealt with. The seismic cost is estimated at $5 million. The remediation cost at $3 million. The demolition of the warehouse, the 90,000 square foot warehouse, is estimated at $1.5 million. There's some unengineered fill that has to be re-engineered at $1 million. That's about $10.5 million extra right there. In addition, there's the historic wharf has to be retrofitted to meet the seismic conditions. The estimated cost of that is $3.5 million, with another $1 million to deal with sea level rise and protection of the property. So that's another $4.5 million. There's a waterfront park that needs to be developed. That's a $5 million cost. And there's also, under our community benefits ordinance, there's about $500,000 that we've already received some of it, but we're anticipating additional contributions. There's the project will comply with our 10% inclusionary requirement, and there are additional costs. There's security of the site, potential litigation expenses to be dealt with. So there's roughly a $21 million hit to this project. And I think one of the issues is, again, I'm not saying the surplus property process, which is the alternative, is an impossible project or process. I'm sure it will help a lot of projects throughout the state to move land towards providing affordable housing. But I think in this instance, you have a couple problems. Number one, the current developer is more familiar with the conditions on that site than any other developer you could find. Any new developer would have to become familiar with that. And you have to ask yourself, with an affordable housing project, if you found a couple affordable housing developers that were interested, we'd go through a negotiation process. What are the odds that that affordable housing project could pay that $20 million? And wouldn't they be asking the city to make a contribution? Because after all, isn't it affordable housing? So I think that's an issue of not going forward. I understand it's taken us a long time to get here. There could definitely be questions about why it took so long. I've only been your city attorney for a year. I've only dealt with this developer for a year. They seem to me quite committed to the site, and they have some pretty reasonable explanations as to what's taken so long. But again, I think that the way that I've tried to structure this potential agreement, which the developer is willing to agree to, gives you the opportunity of getting the property back if the developer doesn't perform. And we've phased in the payment of the money so that you're giving the developer a reasonable chance to go forward. And you know what? You've got a 50% increase in the land disposition price if this project ends up being a home run, which of course we would all want it to be. Now, I know I've taken a while. There's one more thing. There's a resolution. The resolution we did not get done until today. I think the city clerk has gotten it to you. The resolution in the recitals just recites the story that I've just told. It provides that if adopted, it would find that this property is exempt for the reasons that I stated. That's a pre-existing agreement. It outlines findings to justify the decision. There are basically 4 findings to the resolution. I'm kind of going over this because I know you might not have gotten a lot of time to read it. But the first finding is that it fits the exemption requirement because it was a pre-existing agreement and we're going to close before the end of the year. The second finding says that the project will comply with the community benefits ordinance, and it recites this $20 million worth of costs that the developer will have to incur to go forward with the project. Thirdly, it says that the city of Richmond has done an extraordinary job in terms of providing affordable housing. You have a housing authority. The housing authority owns some 49 housing developments, which have been developed pursuant to housing authorities law, and that you basically have provided almost 4,000 units of affordable housing in the community. So I think your provision of affordable housing is much higher than most communities. And finally, the fourth finding is that despite all of this, you've been put on the high-risk list for municipal entities. The recent state audit found that you've significantly increased your reserves up to 20%, which is basically what they normally recommend. That you have improved your financial condition over the last several years, but nevertheless, you're still in the high risk category, and there's still more you need to do. So I think that's making the point back to the state that put us in this category, that you are trying to do economic development. You're trying to move these projects forward, even projects with significant high economic cost. So in asking you to adopt this resolution with these findings, we would send this resolution to HCD. The resolution also authorizes the city manager and myself to finalize the LDA in accordance with this staff report, and to take all actions necessary to proceed with the closing that's contemplated here. So that concludes my report. I'm happy to answer questions.
Okay, questions from council members. Who's first? I don't see any hands up, Mr. City Attorney, so I guess I'll start. So it's pretty clear that you are unequivocal advocate for this project, but I haven't heard you or the community development director opine on whether this is actually a good project. Is it well designed? Is it something that'll be a credit to the city? So anybody want to speak on that?
Well,
I would note that the planning commission unanimously rejected this project because for among other reasons, they felt it was a bad project. But go ahead. But you think it's a good project, so tell us about that.
From a design standpoint, Mr. Mayor, you're an architect. I certainly would not argue with the concerns, and I wouldn't argue with the concerns over, or the question as to whether, I guess my video went off, sorry. I wouldn't argue with you over the question as to whether there could be a better designed project. It's probably more for the community development director to answer that question. But I would say that I've been, through my career, I have been involved with economic development. I think that this city has obvious economic issues. I think that this project is from the standpoint of looking at economic development issues, you do have to look at options, alternatives, and the market changes. A project that might make sense at one point in time doesn't make sense at another point in time. I have to rely upon, I believe in your economic consultants who you paid good money, that the previous project in the current market doesn't work. If the city is not, if the council were not happy with this project and wanted to wait, it could be a better project would come along, but you don't know how long. And I think you have an opportunity. This developer, it really loves the site. I think there are a number of community benefits from this project. I think that that doing this project now, if your better project, if you have a better project 6 months from now, well, then maybe that would make sense. But if you don't know where you're going to be, I think this is not necessarily a project that you want to walk away from. But ultimately, it's not my call, it's the council's call. I considered my job to be taking this project that's been sitting around since 2014. There is a deadline created by the state, and my job was to get this thing in a condition that if you wanted to approve it, you could. And I think that we've put something in front of you that you can get approved. If the council doesn't think it merits it and you want to take your chances on what the future might bring, that's a policy call.
Okay, well now, both your narrative and the staff report speaks a lot about the economic study and the pro forma and how this is justified, because our economic consultant told us this and our economic consultant told us that.
Yep.
Has any of that information been made available to the public so they can take a look at it and evaluate it?
The only really the conclusions have been the developer provided his pro forma for our review under an agreement that the pro forma would not be made public. And I think there were a couple council members that, and perhaps yourself, who did not agree with that restriction, but that was the restriction we had to operate under to get the pro forma.
But the other council members agreed that it should be kept secret. Is that correct?
They agreed that we needed to see it in order to come to a conclusion. And if that was the developer's requirement, we needed to agree to it. That was the
Well,
majority conclusion.
My point being that that a lot of what we're hearing tonight to justify this project and justify the deal that you said you've cut with the developer is based on the developer's pro forma and the evaluation by our economic consultant. And
That's correct.
Other than a few staff members and the city council, nobody in the public has seen this. You know, there are a lot of people out there who have experience in the real estate industry, and they could probably provide some valuable evaluation and critique of it. But because this council apparently voted to keep it secret, they haven't had that opportunity. I think last time we talked about this, the developer said that he had pledged $500,000 for community benefits, and that he'd already provided 150,000 of that. Have you ever seen a list of where that money went?
It was 134,000, and
well, I heard 150, but
yeah, I think I put that in
that's
there.
close
And
enough.
the developer corrected me that it was 134, and I don't have a detailed list. It's I had seen something, and maybe you want to ask him. I saw something that outlined a few things, but it was very, very general. It wasn't an itemized list as to how the 134 was spent.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for now. Councilmember McLaughlin, go ahead.
Yes, I think you stated this, city attorney, but I just want to get full clarity on this and make sure the public gets full clarity on it. So if we approved this this item today, it does not hold us to approving the project, number one. And if we, I mean, I did watch, and I mentioned this in closed session, and I'll say it out here. I watched the Planning Commission meeting last night, and I've read the comments that we got from various members of the public, including and especially Bay Brickyard Cove Community Group. And I do think there are some problems with this development. So if we were to require the developer to adapt this or adapt that based on Planning Commission recommendations, to have him go back to the drawing board on this one and that way, or DRB recommendation, you know, revising this and revising that, could you clarify as to whether the developer has shown an interest or shown a willingness to comply with such revisions?
Absolutely. Yes, if the council listening to the Planning Commission concerns were to say, we want this done or that done. I know there was issues about parking and where the trail's located. You could absolutely have the ability of conditioning the project on taking care of those things. You know, as far as we could be, you know, 3 or 4 months down the road, still dealing with that. The council obviously has the ability, when you see something, if you have some issues, you could ask the Planning Commission to look at things. You, the council, could keep it in your bailiwick and ask things to be looked into. So you have full discretion, and the language I read to you illustrates that. And in terms of the developer's attitude, even this morning, I had a talk with him about the Planning Commission, and you know, repeated to him at the end of the day, what we do in this agreement, how we express it, isn't going to matter. What's going to matter in terms of the approved project is going to be whatever action the council ultimately takes. And so I think the developer is fully aware of that.
And just one more thing, if he, comes up with a different project or whatever, and we still don't like it, and we could just take the land could revert back to us if there is no project that fits the requirements that we have.
Yes, of course, I don't have all the language detailed out, but in the, you see in the staff report, it says that there was going to be a right of reverter, and it says in the condition of the typical redevelopment agreement. So those agreements, it's a page-long thing. It basically says that we get the property back, we get title, and the developer gets could get the money that we haven't spent, or we could agree to put it up for sale and he gets the proceeds of a sale. So there's several options that are laid out in that sort of reverter clause. And again, this is an experienced developer, and I think they've dealt with those issues before. He said, gee, I really don't like that. It's not necessarily can create issues. And I said, yeah, but you're not getting this property and then not doing a project and go turn around and sell it to somebody else. We're keeping control of that. So if you can't do the project the council approves, we'll just have to go our separate ways and get back into the situation we were, the status, the earlier status.
So we would get the land back if that wasn't, you said there are options, but.
Well, I just meant it from the standpoint, we could agree to work together to sell it to a third party.
If we chose to. Both
if we
parties.
chose to.
Yes.
Yeah.
But otherwise we would have the option.
We get the land back, and we just put the developer back in the pre-status.
Got it.
Which pre-status doesn't mean he gets paid all of his development expenses.
It's just the deposit.
Again, this formula kind of benefits it because he's going to pay us $500,000 at the closing. If something goes wrong within 6 months, he's only $500,000 into it. So there's not a lot of money to reimburse him with.
Okay, so but the money that is not spent, like through his development fees or whatever, would come back. The city would have to return it to him because it's kind of deposit money that we have.
Right.
Got it. Okay. Mr. Mayor, you're on mute.
Sorry, I said I don't see any other hands up from council members. So we're going to go to the public speakers.
Okay, I have 2 speakers. I have Bruce Byard, Don, and now the list is growing actually. And then I have Catherine Deans and Anthony Clip as the first group. Bruce, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, Mayor Butt, members of the council. I'm still Bruce Byard. Track Trails Richmond Action Committee. We would like to be sure and hope that you will be assured by the city attorney that in amending the LDA, that the city will retain the requirement that the Bay Trail be developed as part of the first phase of the project, and also that the maintenance of the Bay Trail going forward will be paid either by the Terminal 1 HOA or by a landscape and lighting district, such as in Marina Bay, where the costs are shared in equitable fashion between the property owners and the city. So ask those provisions stay in the revised LDA as they are in this LDA. Secondly, with regard to the community benefits, if this is the time to bring that up, we request that the community benefit funds be used to help implement 2 nearby projects planned by the city's Public Works Department. One is to install new energy efficient LED lighting in the Ferry Point Tunnel, where there are concerns about pedestrian and bicyclist safety passing along on the elevated bay trail going through the tunnel. The old sodium vapor lights, many of them are out of commission, and those that are working are very dim indeed. It's a good city project. The other city public works project is a protected bikeway on Dornan Drive. A conceptual design has been prepared by a consultant under contract to the city. The preliminary cost estimate for a two-way protected bikeway on the southern side of Dornan Drive between Brickyard Cove Road, where Terminal 1 would be, and the Point Richmond Tunnel. This will improve cyclist safety, especially northbound, approaching the elevated bay trail through the tunnel. So in summary, please maintain the two LDA provisions I stated and dedicate the
Time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Don. Don, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Don, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Okay, we'll come back to them. I have Catherine Dienst. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Catherine Dienst. I'm a Seacliff resident. My comments are about the LDA and not the current design. First, is it possible to have a time limit in the LDA? For example, if this developer were unable to come up with a successful design for an entitled project within the next year, would it be time to terminate and stop this mutual frustrating process that we've both been going through for the last decade? It really has been a decade since the RFP. And at that time, we did see several nice designs of over 200 units. Secondly, on your point number 9, it says parties will develop mechanisms for maintenance. At last night's Planning Commission meeting, there was a surprising reveal that the long-term maintenance of the Wharf Public Park might be imposed upon surrounding residents as a maintenance district. I don't believe it's realistic that the 500 to 800 residents that live around this park would be able to support, for example, a $3 or $5 million retrofit in the future. So I don't think that's realistic. Third, Richmond gave some funds to this developer, $2.6 million from the Petromark settlement for cleanup. That was given to the developer December 2016 by resolution 16-7. If this developer is unable to get an entitled project, Richmond should get those funds back. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Anthony Klepp. Anthony, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the council. My concerns about this project is really a concern more about process. This is a project that was considered under 2016 EIR. It is my understanding that the developer intends to follow an amended CEQA process, which concerns me in that the process really needs to be a public process. Given the fact that this project impacts a really special piece of property in the city of Richmond, and the fact that there is a lot of sensitive public resources around it, I think that the public needs to have a real opportunity to comment on it, particularly as it relates to traffic, community improvements that become part of the project, and then most importantly, parking. It's been mentioned a little bit, but again, I would point out that this project sits right next to Miller Knox, and that that has the potential to become overflow parking for this development, thereby taking that public resource away from the citizens of Richmond. So again, I would just ask that whatever development agreement is approved, be approved in a way that allows the public to advocate for its needs. And I would like to say thank you.
Thank you. And we'll try Don again, and the following group of speakers after that are Chris Cook, Philip Rosenthal, Brian Lewis, Thomas Knowles, and Mark Wasper. Don, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, I'm a resident in Seacliff.
I'm concerned, as we all are, about the proposed transport of the fill through our community over a private road. Now, the city attorney raised this issue, but I think it's something that should be very specifically addressed. We're talking about 45,000 cubic yards of fill, is my understanding. You could do some quick math, and it comes to about 4,000 truckloads of fill going over the roads of about 30 tons each. And these roads were not built to handle that kind of traffic. And the big problem is that the road, part of the road is a private road, and the city committed to taking it over in 1968, but never has. And I think part of the agreement definitely must be a commitment by the city to assume control of that road as a public thoroughfare, because it is a public thoroughfare. Most of the trips over it are made by non-residents of this community that's responsible for its upkeep. The other question is, why are all of these trucks routed over Seacliff Drive? Why can't the fill be brought in on a barge? Why can't part of the fill be brought in over Dornan? Seacliff Drive has quite a steep grade to it, so those trucks are going to have to labor over that grade. Also, they're going to have to cross the train crossing, which is already causing a lot of congestion on that road. So I don't think that's very wise. And then my final real quick comment is, I don't really trust the developers to honor all their commitments to $20 million. And I think that the money should be put into a fund up front.
Time has expired. The next speaker is Chris Cook. Chris, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you, City Council. My name is Chris Cook. I'm a resident of Seacliff and a board member of the Seacliff HOA. My comments tonight are restricted as a board member of the HOA. The Brickyard Cove Road issue, as the city attorney has explained, is a really an issue that just needs to be addressed by the city council. It's been, parts of the road have been dedicated to the city since the 60s. The latest section, where the road really became a full public road, fully connected, was when Seacliff was built. It is now a full public thoroughfare used by everyone, including, as we can see, developers, for both developers of Terminal 1, bringing their 4,000 trucks, and the proposal of the PG&E lot bringing their 8,000 trucks across the road. The city really just needs to take this road, this small section of road, as a public road, honor the agreements that have been in previous conditions of approval, including Seacliff's conditions of approval, and just finish this issue once and for all, irrespective of anything else going on. I would be happy to show council members what this road looks like. It is actually in most sections of the road are in first class condition. I don't know what 12,000 truckloads are going to do to it. But most of the road is able to be accepted right now. The small portion that needs to be redone, that is now 50 plus years old, we have a construction estimate of maybe $400,000. It is not millions of dollars in its current state. This is a small issue. Let's take care of it. Let's get this done. Let's remove this burden from the citizens and taxpayers of the Cove area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Philip Rosenthal. Philip, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Philip Rosenthal?
Good?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I just would like to make a couple points about the procedure here. First of all, I want to remind everybody that this is public land, and I would like it to be treated with the same scrutiny on every single aspect of it that the council treated Point Malate with. I don't want there to be any hypocrisy on this. I also noticed, and I'm not a parliamentarian, but it appears as though this whole discussion is in violation of the Brown Act because this information was not posted 72 hours prior to the meeting. I also want to point out, although I do not question his integrity, that acting city attorney Al Shire's law firm is hired to defend the city against claims. So normally a city would have a city attorney on staff who could not benefit financially by more litigation that a city gets. So I just think it's really important to point out that he's defending the city against other developers, and we don't want that to happen again. The other fourth thing is that I felt things are being presented in the wrong order, because they're considering this notice of sale tonight, and there's the final vote will be a couple of weeks before Christmas, traditionally the least attended meeting, but the items are being considered in the wrong order. The Planning Commission hadn't even formally reviewed this project at the time these were agendized. The other thing, and I want to be respectful to the Brickyard Code residents, is any idea of putting 12,000 dump trucks through a tunnel that is already one of the most dangerous places in Richmond and has a bicycle and pedestrian lane is completely unrealistic. So they need to figure out how 12,000 dump trucks worth of dirt are going to get that.
Time has expired. The next speaker is Brian Lewis. Brian, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Mayor Butt and council members, I've lived in Brickyard Cove area for over 25 years. I'm a member of Brickyard Alliance for Responsible Development. We actually sued the city and the developer over this project 7 years ago. We have a binding agreement with the developer and this that the city was a co-signature of the settlement agreement. And we had height and density conditions. We have basically a retaining wall and fence that's been earmarked for the Richmond Yacht Club. We'd like to have that in the LDA. We have rental restrictions and parking conditions that should be in the LDA. You've heard a lot about the road, and you'll probably hear more about the road tonight. The developer should pay $200,000 for rebuilding the road. Put that money aside to cover rebuilding the road, and then once it's rebuilt, have the city take over the road. The park was something that the developer proposed in their offer. There are multiple bids. I think there are 4 or 5, and this developer is selected in part because of their amenities they were offering, and the park should be maintained by the developer or the HOA where it's located, and not by the city and not by other HOAs in the area. Basically, they are trying to shift the cost to the city, and that we should avoid that, much like was proposed at other projects. Parking is limited in this area, and we should address that. In terms of the process and the due process, the Design Review Board approved certain investing maps and setbacks, but the developer still has to go back for architectural review, lighting, design, landscaping, and the city planning commission has to go back and review. It's out of order. It should be following the proper.
Your time has expired. The next speaker is Thomas Knowles, and the following speakers after that are Mark Wasberg and Mark Hathaway. Thomas Knowles, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you very much. I want to return to the concept of a project that needs to be a credit to the city, well-designed, and a credit to the members of the public and the residents who will live there. This project does not do that. The Planning Commission, as you've already heard, unanimously rejected the request to approve it. And there were 2 features of the discussion that I think are very useful to repeat. The first was that the project doesn't actually provide sufficient housing to perform the way it's supposed to perform in terms of affordable housing. In addition, the word affordable was a topic of several questions by one of the Planning Commission members, and all she got was evasions. The developer refused to indicate how much these units would actually sell for, simply referring to them being affordable in the context of the Bay Area. I think that you will hear many more opinions tonight about this, and they probably will speak more eloquently than I could about these issues. But I consider this project a very, very poor project for the various purposes that the city would want it built. We do need a project there. This is not the one. And to say that because the clock is ticking, we should take a bad project and then hope that we can fix it along the way is, in my mind, poor planning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mark Wasberg. Mark, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, I smell Point Melati. I mean, you could have affordable housing down on the waterfront where you're going to pay probably between $2,000 to $4,000 a month. Where you're going to have Section 8 down there, a bunch of worthless crackheads down there living on welfare. The reason why the city council's not talking about it because they're too stupid to know anything about it in the first place. You know, I don't know nothing about this stuff. All this lawyer talk. Half of the 2/3 of the people don't even know what they're talking about. All of a sudden, it just popped out of nowhere. But anyway, like I say, you guys are going to do what you're going to do because you guys are a bunch of corrupt people anyway. So it's all about this another Point Melati, and I smell Tom Butt's company is going to try to get in on it. But like I say, we'll see what happens. And now they're going to start having lawsuits, and they're going to start try to build a stupid retaining wall, and this global warming is not going to happen within at least 200 years. I said Richmond won't be underwater for about another 300 years, you know, and that is going to get done because the RPA says, nope, you're going to have this environment. You know, it's going to be one big stupid clusterfuck anyway. But whatever the RPA does, you know, they're going to fuck it all up. I'll yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mark Hathaway. Mark, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Mark Hathaway, if you could please unmute yourself.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, my name is Mark Hathaway. I live in the Seacliff HOA development. I just want to reiterate and share my fellow neighbors' concerns about the fact that the city of Richmond has not taken responsibility for Seacliff Drive. Right now, the plan is for all the fill to be brought in and removed via Seacliff Drive, which is a private road. It's going to be going through right next to my house. It just feels like you guys are trying to ram this through at the last second and not taking into consideration, not taking into, and the fact that there's a lot of citizens that are going to be impacted by this. So I just want to reiterate, I'm concerned about what it's going to do to this private road. I would hope that the city finally takes action and, finally takes over the responsibility of Seacliff Drive, Brickyard Cove Road. And at the same time, would also like to voice my concerns that last night, it seemed like that was the first time I'd heard about the fact that the surrounding developments that exist currently are going to be on the hook for maintaining the park that would be being built for this development. It seems like you guys are trying to go too fast, ram this thing through without any kind of public discretion or opinion. I would ask that the city council please, just reflect and take a few minutes to consider the fact that, the citizens here have not been fully updated on everything, and that there's lots of concern from those that live here in this area. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
Okay, we'll bring it back to city council members.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
There were some specific questions that were raised. Do you want me to address those before you guys discuss?
Sure.
So the notes I made, there were issues raised about the maintenance expense and how that's going to be addressed. that is one area, when you look at the staff report, that's not totally fleshed out. There have been a range of things from the developer, and the developer's HOA for that project pays all the expense to the surrounding, as these other developments come in, the HOAs in these areas maintain the expense, to the idea that the current HOAs and the new HOAs pay for maybe some of the landscaping that is gives the area a high quality feeling, and the city be on the hook for major maintenance if the road needs major maintenance or something else. So there, the city has been taking the position that this is the burden of this falls on the developer. The developer is saying, and the economic consultant says, that the project can't afford an unreasonable economic burden. Plus, one of the things we're trying to do is get the developer to take care of this road maintenance or the road expense issue. And the road, and the developer is going to push back. Well, if he pays to put it in, the city needs to pay to maintain it. So I think that most of the issues, I can see what the answer is. This issue, there's a lot of disagreement about, and it's something we'll have to play out over the next few weeks to see if we can come up with a compromise that works both ways. The issue about the community benefit funds paying for lighting in the tunnel or a bikeway, we'll put those on the list for things to discuss. Certainly, I run in the morning there, and the lighting in that tunnel is definitely a concern. The issue that was brought up about a time limit to do all these things, yes, absolutely, there will be a time limit where if the deadlines are missed, that's a default, and then can lead to termination of the agreement if the violations can't be fixed. The thing about 23 million in 2016, I haven't heard of that before, so I'll have to look into that. The concerns about the process, and it's backwards, and there's a lot of things that have been brought up that we don't know about. Again, my solution to that was that we can't do anything about the state. The state is a fixed deadline. And I heard the comment that if it's a lousy project, why do it just through the deadline? And that ultimately is what the council has to decide if it truly is a lousy project. But the point of the process is that by separating the approval of the land use entitlement, we've taken that time frame pressure off. That the time to assess and decide about the parking and the bike trails and all of that can be through this process. When this project comes to the council at the next meeting, if the public feels these things are not fleshed out, and you bring these things, the same things you brought tonight, forward to the council, there's no we actually gave this process an extra year in terms of the schedule I talked through with the developer, so that this pressure will not exist, and this can be fleshed out in a way that everybody can be comfortable with. But the state's not going to give us an extra year. So we had to come up with a creative way of doing the agreement so we could fit under the the state's deadline, but still leave time, as much time as is needed to flesh out the development issues. I think the transport, the fill, what it does to the condition, the people have talked about the roadway. We're conscious of those things, and I think from my opening comments, we are trying to deal with that issue. The issue on the settlement agreement, I was not aware of that before this week. I have seen some emails. I've talked to the developer. I know the developer thinks this is a different project than what the settlement agreement applied to. I haven't come to a conclusion on that, but I have talked to the developer about the rental restriction. You know, some of these items that were in that agreement, you know, if they, maybe they certainly need to look at view blockage and stuff like that. And the developer has expressed an openness to talking about those issues, that they worked these things out with the prior settlement agreement, and those things can be worked out now. So I think that's a discussion we need to have, and I am thankful to have been apprised of these issues by the homeowners. Yeah, then the Thomas Knowles comment that the project is not a credit to the community. The PC gave it a unanimous no. You know, that ultimately is a question for the council to consider. My job was to try and see if I could get this thing to the finish line, so at least this project was an option, as opposed to going through the other process and seeing what we get out of that. So I've just, yeah, it's for all you to decide whether the project is a credit to the community or not. My job is to get it to the position where you have a choice as to this, as opposed to, gee, the state imposed a deadline and we just couldn't get it done, and so it dies. So that's all I've been trying to do. So that's my comment to those. And, you know, I'm happy to continue receiving emails. If the council approves this tonight, giving this notice, I'm going to be working night and day over the next month to try and end up with a revised land use agreement or land disposition agreement that people feel sets the stage in an appropriate manner. Thank you.
Councilmember Jimenez, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, City Attorney, for working on this. So what I understand is today we are going to make one step towards doing this project. And so we need to do it because the land will go to surplus land act. And I just wanted to say that we had been pushing to make sure that, again, there is no subsidy from the city or from other residents to this project. So some things that I had been clearly stated is that if there is a maintenance for the park, that needs to be paid by the developer or by the project, and not just kind of like distributed among every other resident, because this is no another subsidy to a high-end development. And I think these are the conversations that we are going to have after this, to get a land disposition agreement that reflects what we want. One thing that I hear that I want to ask, and also thank you for answering all these questions. I have a question and then a final comment, and I heard that somebody said that in 2016 the developer received $2.6 million. Is that correct? And what is that about?
I don't know anything about that. I wasn't around in 2016.
Lina, do you have information about that?
No, we would need to look into it as well, Councilmember Jimenez. I do know that the successor agency has led some of the cleanup effort on the site. So using funds from previous tenants that the port had on the property. So that money has been used both to do cleanup activities as well as provide 24-hour security on the property.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we will need to have that response. And my final comment is that as I said before, I think, like as I said before, we would be looking for this especially the as I said before, the maintenance to be resolved, because we, as you say, we are in a high risk or like medium risk and high risk financing situations, and we don't want to have high-end developments that then we put a burden, a financial burden into the whole community. So we need to figure out that. But I agree that this land has been empty for many, many years, and being able to continue to see what we can do with this developer is a right thing to do. And actually, I thank City Attorney for working in an agreement that look at the benefits of the city and know the benefits of the developer, like the Point Molari settlement agreement that we have, where it's really a horrible settlement agreement that nobody was looking at the city. So I feel confident in this because you have been able to say, well, this is the first step, but we are protecting the city by doing these things. And if you in one moment decide that this is not the right project, we can get the land back. We won't be selling it for $400 and then having all these litigations, which I think I really appreciate that. What you are doing here is looking after the city to make sure that if we don't get a good land disposition agreement, and we feel like this is not the way to go, that we can have the authority and the freedom to return and get that land back. So thank you for that, and I will stop for my colleagues to comment.
Any other council members have comments? Well, okay, I'll jump in here. I think the most remarkable thing about this discussion is that I haven't heard a single person say that this is actually a good project, that this is a well-designed project. It's something Richmond can be proud of. It'll be a credit to the city. I haven't heard anybody say that. You know, we have a whole staff of professional planners in the city. I haven't heard any of them say it. City attorney didn't say it. So what this has all sort of come down to is, how can we make a quick buck? You know, how can we get some money? And after all the discussion we had on Point Molari, I'm just kind of amazed that all of a sudden getting some money for the city is such a high priority. How many times when we were debating Point Molari over the last 2 years, how many times did I hear both council members and community members say, public property, should not be sold to private developers for high-end exclusive housing. What are we doing here? We're selling prime waterfront property that the city owns to a private developer for high-end housing. So I don't really understand how in one place it's anathema, and in another place it's the best thing we can do. And when it comes down to money, at the end of the day, the money part of this is very, very uncertain. You talk about selling it for $10 million. We're not selling it for $10 million. We've already got $500,000, so that's water under the bridge. The way the city attorney has this deal set up, we get another $500,000 at closing, and then we don't see any more money until entitlements are granted. How long is that going to take? They're going to have to go back to BCDC. They're going to have to go back to the water board. They're going to have to deal with the site contamination issues, and it's going to drag out and drag out and drag out. And, we may never see any money on this. So I just don't understand it. This thing has more loose ends and more questions than answers than any project I've ever seen. I have a feeling that the city council's going to trip over they're going to walk over themselves to pass it, but I'm not going to support it. Councilmember Jimenez, you got a hand up?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on some of your comments, because you like to just put some words and really do different facts. And we in Point Mulati, one of the things that we were saying is that this project should not be subsidized by all the Richmond. And we proved that actually was going to cost the city so much. And I think this is the same thing that we are saying here. This project, we need to make sure that it doesn't get subsidized by the rest of the city. And this is what the negotiations are going to be about. So I just want to just give that comment, because it's not okay to just kind of like say random alternative facts that hasn't been true. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not sure how you know that, because you'll recall in Point Mulati, we had, I can't remember, 3, 4, 5 different economic analyses. And here we've only had one, and the ones at Point Mulati were all made public. And here we have one, and the public's never seen it. It's a deep, dark secret, although everybody's referring to it like it's the gospel. So anyway, go ahead, Councilor McLaughlin.
I just want to state that what I heard last night at the Planning Commission and what I heard today from the public and from the letters from Brickyard Cove Alliance is not that they necessarily want us to start from scratch with the new developer. They want some real conditions and some revisions to this project so they can feel comfortable with it and give it their support. So I don't think there is this huge interest in starting from scratch. And so I think that we have an option here to keep our options open. And I think that's the best way forward. And I think the project can be made better. I think all the points raised by the planning commissioners and others and members of the public in general is something, and concerns you've raised, Mayor Butt, are things that we can put as conditions. And it could require them to go back to the drawing board and rearrange their vision. And I just don't see a problem with that.
Well, you've heard the old expression about putting lipstick on a pig. I mean, I haven't heard any of the community people who spoke tonight or wrote letters saying, this is a really nice project. We just want our road fixed. Nobody's saying that. They're all saying it's a bad project. Councilmember Bates, go ahead.
I wanted to inquire from the city attorney. It's my understanding there's some agreement that the developer will, in fact, make the necessary corrections once the development is concluded. Now, we've also got another site, the old PG&E site, that is under negotiations as well. So it's not just Terminal 1, it's the old PG&E site that will create havoc, especially on the roads. And it's my understanding that there's agreement being worked out, supposedly, that once Terminal 1 and the PG&E site is concluded, that these developers are prepared to repave the entire area to hopefully bring it back to the standard it was before. So my question to the city attorney is, one, are you aware of any condition of that discussion? And can you give us a little indication of the liability that we place the city in if in fact we do not proceed with the original, with the new plan and recommendation that you alluded to?
Yes, Mr. Councilmember, I have not talked with the PG&E developer. Obviously, Lena's been involved with them. I've talked with our staff. I've talked with the Terminal 1 developer. I've even talked with several members of the HOA, of various of the HOAs concerning our intentions. And I think the proper way to approach this is to have an agreement. We need to have the vision of how we want this thing carried out. And then we need to have, we need to condition the projects so that the developers will address these road issues. Now, the one thing that is a complexity is the timing, because really you don't want to do the road improvements until the projects are done. So to me, the way to do it, you would, one way of approaching these things is one developer puts everything in and gets a reimbursement agreement, and they get reimbursed by the later developers. That doesn't really work here, because you really don't want to do the improvements until the last developer comes along, because you don't want the last developer coming in and tearing up the road. So part of what the agreement needs to reflect the expected timing of the projects, and then have contractual agreements in terms of who does the work, when they do it, who provides reimbursement. And so it is, working with Lena, it is my intention over the next month to try and figure that out. One of the speakers today, I was listening, talked about wanting something in place so it doesn't just keep going on for another 10 years the way it has gone. And yes, I think that is the proper way to approach it. But having not talked with PG&E yet, and not really, it was only a week ago that the council fixed on some of these conditions to put this agreement together. So we haven't had time to develop all the details. Of course, between now and December 1 is not a lot of time, or December 31st is not a lot of time anyway. In terms of the liability, so I think you're asking, if we didn't do something with the developer, what sort of liability would we have if the developer sued us? Is that what the question is?
Yes, that's part of it.
Okay, well, I think that, we're trying to comply with state requirements. I think we're clearly making a good faith effort to do so. you know, developers, people are always suing cities, and you often get to the point where it's easier to pay them some money to go away. But I don't feel that the time this has taken or the other things put the city in a bad light. I think we're making a big effort to come up with a way of getting this thing over the time frame in pretty short time, and I don't know that the developer has a lot of claims against us if somehow it didn't go forward.
Well, let me conclude by asking Lena, because at one point, the planning director was working with the Brickyard Cove HOA for the deeding of the property back to the city. And that was an ongoing process. It was just a matter of time and then getting certain documentations. And I understand that the documentation was finally secured in terms of when the project originally was developed. So having said that, the city, as I understand it, Lena can indicate, were committed to acquiring the property from the HOAs. That includes all of Brickyard Cove, and I assume maybe Seacliff, Estates, and the others. And thereby, that would have resolved the problem. And maybe Lena can speak to what happened to that original discussion that was never voted on by the council, but it was a discussion of which we were trying to pursue.
And Councilmember Bates, when you say the property, can you clarify, do you mean the roadway, Brickyard Cove Road?
Well, the Brickyard Cove, the roadway, and also the Brickyard Cove development itself. The HOA was voting and was working to try to get that transferred into the city's hand. And that was a discussion that I was having with some of the HOA members in the Brickyard Cove area.
Yeah, I am not aware of that previous conversation. I think over the last year or so, it has come to light through the HOAs that there's been ongoing conversation with the Public Works Director about acceptance of the dedication of Brickyard Cove Road. And so I think what has been a challenge in that regard is that the roadway does not meet current city standards to accept the dedication. So with the retirement and you know the changes in the Public Works Director, but that is something, as Dave mentioned, we're focused on, as well as working with the new Public Works Director to work through.
Okay.
Okay, somebody want to make a motion?
And we have a resolution, and the resolution has the findings and everything we need to go forward. So if you just someone wants to move the resolution.
I'll move the resolution.
Dave, if I may, can you confer with Pam?
About?
The resolution?
Is the resolution, does it include what is on the agenda as the recommended action?
The resolution, yeah, it concludes that declares the property as exempt surplus land and makes findings related thereto.
Well, I think we need to state the complete motion. Whoever's making the motion.
So if I said that I move we approve the resolution that includes the terms of amendment to the land disposition agreement for Terminal 1 project with developer, and that we authorize the city manager and city attorney to finalize the amendment incorporating the approved terms. And that we declare Terminal 1 property exempt from surplus land, the Surplus Land Act. I mean, I think that's all we have to state. Is that correct, city attorney?
Yeah, I mean, you are trying to direct us to go forward, finalizing things and taking the actions necessary for the closing, but so that's in the recommendation, the staff report, but it needs to include adopting the resolution. So I think that's the way you worded it.
So it's all pretty much in the resolution. I mean, in the in the agenda report. So the resolution just is putting it in resolution form. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay, so just so people know, they have had the agenda report is out there. The resolution is out there at this point. Is it not for the public?
So, Mr. City Attorney, that brings up a good point. I've had several complaints that this item doesn't comport with the Brown Act because the resolution was not made available to the public before the meeting. Would you like to comment on that?
The staff report was there. There are documents. There are documents which might not be available at the time the agenda goes out if you provide them at the meeting, and they're available to people to have copies. That's what the Brown Act requires.
Is that resolution? I know we got it in an email right before the meeting, but is that available to the public?
If anybody wants from the city clerk's got it.
Yes. And I just want to, this is James Atencio from the city attorney's office. I just sent the city clerk a revised copy of the resolution that we just corrected a few minor type errors in there just to reflect the correct APNs and the acreage. There were no substantive edits though to the resolution, but she has the most current copy right now.
And there's a finding that I wanted to make that note too. There's a finding concerning the number of affordable housing units, and the number in here, it said 559 units, and that's really 3923 units. Was that in your correction, James?
It was from the 43 affordable units to, and I corrected it to 30 units.
Yeah, that would need to be corrected, but also the number of affordable units of housing in the community is 3923.
Mr. City Attorney,
Okay.
I'm looking at the online agenda for this item, and it lists three documents. Number one is the staff report. And I don't think, let me see.
It has the site plan. It has the
staff report, and it does not include the resolution. And the second one is the site plan and alternative site plan. And the third one is the Terminal 1 land disposition agreement executed 8/6/14. The resolution was never provided to the public. And right now it's not available to the public.
It is available. The city clerk
tell me how to find it.
You ask for a copy of it and we'll give you a copy.
Well, that's,
no,
you guys do what you want to. You guys are a bunch of crooks. I got to tell you.
Mr. Mayor, we are your staff. To call your staff crooks it's just disrespectful.
Well, you are. We have the Brown Act, and the whole purpose of the Brown Act is to give the public an opportunity to study agenda items and be informed before a vote. And so you bring this item up and you don't provide the key documents, and then you tell people if they want one, they can contact the city clerk. I mean, that's just bullshit.
All right, y'all.
Go ahead.
It's Thanksgiving week. It's Thanksgiving
go
week.
ahead. Let's go ahead and vote on
I
this.
guess I would just want
Let's
to
go ahead
know
and vote on this piece of
on,
garbage. and
on
move
the
on.
staff
Come on
report.
now.
The staff
Decorum.
report notes that the HCD resolution is to be provided at the council meeting. Okay?
No, where?
It is provided. The
Where?
city
Tell
clerk,
me how to
the city
find it.
clerk has the resolution.
Tell me how to find it if I'm a member of the public.
All the public member needs to do is ask for it. What we are required
Where
to do.
does it say? Where does it say that a public member should ask for it and how they should ask for it?
If you wanted a document, you would
know
ask
what?
for it.
I'm leaving. I've had it. You guys, Vice Mayor, take over the meeting. I'm going.
I'd
Okay,
like to ask a question.
What the city clerk's office can do is post it where you would receive the agenda. We'll post a
Well,
copy there.
Could, Madam Clerk, could you articulate how we followed the procedure as mandated by the law?
Well, my understanding is the only thing that is required to be published is the agenda. And with the recommended actions, that gives the public an idea of what is on the agenda or what will be discussed. Am I right, Dave?
Okay. Thank you.
Right, Dave?
Yes, and any documents that are a part of the agenda need to be available at the time of the meeting. So the staff report included everything except this resolution, which we didn't get done at the time of the agenda, but it was available at the time of the meeting. And I think the city clerk's posting the resolution, people can get it off of the website. So has the mayor left the room? Is the vice mayor running the meeting now?
I suppose I am. I don't see the mayor here. So, as I was saying while muted, even if we don't have the resolution in the document, the substance was listed in the agenda item. So it would seem to me that we could still make a motion based on the information in the documents.
The documents are supposed to be available at the time of the meeting, and we delivered it over to the city, the mid-afternoon, and it's available. Anybody that wants it, it's available. But I do agree that at this point in time, posting it as a city clerk suggested is a good idea.
All right. So does the city clerk have enough clarification to accept the motion?
Yes.
All right. And do we have a second?
I'd like to ask the question, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Go ahead.
Is there any urgency that we must do this tonight, just to satisfy and allow the public a greater degree of involvement? Is it possible to continue this 1 week?
Well, you don't have a meeting in a week. We are required to send this notice before the end of November. If you want to continue this meeting for 2 or 3 days, you can do that, but we need the resolution adopted in order to send the notice to HCD, and we need to do it before the end of November.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. So do we have a second?
For a second.
Okay. So motion made by Councilmember McLaughlin, seconded by Councilmember Jimenez. Clerk, can you take a roll call?
Yes. Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
I'm only stating yes, just to see if some of the issues raised can be worked out through this process. So yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt is absent. The motion passes with Mayor Butt absent.
Okay, thank you. So let's move to the beginning of the study and action session, Q1, impact of Richmond Rapid Response Fund in the community and update on guaranteed income and strategic planning process.
Okay. Item Q1 is to receive a report from the Richmond Rapid Response Fund Program, including updates on funds dispersed, residents served, and current and future programming.
Okay, so who would like to do the presentation?
Well, we have the folks from CSD and the Community Services Department, as well as from the Richmond Rapid Response Fund here. I know Councilmember Jimenez and I brought forth this item. I, for one, was involved with this item because I've been involved with Jessica and the the planning of the universal basic income, as well as some other work done with the West County Ed Fund and the Richmond Rapid Response Fund. And I will allow, I'll pass over to Councilmember Jimenez to say her piece before we kick it off to the presentation.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. Yeah, I wanted to have a report, especially because on January 21st, 2021, City Council approved $600,000 for a rental assistant and to go directly to residents. And we did that because we knew the challenges that our community were facing because of the pandemic. But we also approved $400,000 to create the guarantee basic income program. And several months, a year had passed, and it's time for us to know how these disbursements of the money for rental assistance has been going out, and to hear the plans that this collaborative table has been doing during this time. So thank you for being here. Thank you for presenting. Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to Mrs. Velasquez and Mrs. White for supporting and ask the right questions to have this presentation. So with that, I will turn it over the presenters. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Travinia, Ms. White, are you ready?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Martinez and City Council members. We're excited to be here tonight to provide you with an update on the Richmond Rapid Response Fund. KCRT, can you please start the presentation? Alina, do you want to start and say anything before I get started?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. So tonight with us, we have, as stated, Jessica Trevina from Richmond Rapid Response Fund and the Ed Fund West. We have Jim Becker from Richmond Community Foundation, or RCF Connects, Lena Velasco, Community Development Director, and Jasmine Jones was not able to be here tonight, as well as Robert Bunz from the Ed Fund, but we thank them for all their work and support. All right, next slide. So here's what we're going to go over tonight and the list of presenters. So we're going to start with the overview and talk about some successes of R3F to date. We're going to go into a brief overview of the disbursement process. Then we're going to turn it over to Jim Becker to talk about the rent relief process. And Jessica will end it talking about the guaranteed income program and the work that's been done to date. And Lena will close us out with next steps. Next slide, please. All right, next slide. So the Richmond Rapid Response Fund, also known as R3F, is a wraparound initiative that was developed to meet the immediate and ongoing needs of Richmond community during and in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Since the beginning, this work has been led by community and government leaders from various departments within the city of Richmond, the RISE Center, the Ed Fund, Richmond Promise, and Building Blocks for Kids. R3F is a fiscally sponsored program by the West Contra Costa County Ed Fund. And if people want more information about R3F, you can visit www.richmondresponsefund.org. Next slide, please. So really excited to share that to date, Richmond Rapid Response Fund has helped over 1,100 individuals or families within the city of Richmond that were negatively impacted by COVID. We're going to share a little bit more on the next slide, please. So here you can see that over 1,000 individuals were provided with direct disbursements. We were able to give out $500 cards for those in need through a variety of partners that were in support of this project, and totaling over $518,000. And then we were able to, through the R3F, support 77 families, totaling $385,000 in rent relief funds. So that brings us to almost $900,000 in support to Richmond community members around economic security, as well as housing and meeting basic needs of those individuals. R3F has been able to leverage funding that has come from both the city as well as other sources, and has raised over $2 million since the beginning of the pandemic. And that does include the allocation from the city of Richmond. Next slide, please. So it's focused on the city of Richmond. In 2021, the city received CARES Act funding, and City Council allocated $150,000 to Richmond Rapid Response Fund to help distribute via for rental assistance, as well as indirect cash disbursements. And so here you can see how that $150,000 allocation was made. The city, they were able to get that money out the door extremely quickly into the hands of Richmond residents. And we were able to support 18 households in rental assistance and 74 households in direct disbursements. Next slide. So based on that success and that partnership that we had, in February of 2022, the city of Richmond entered into an agreement with the Ed Fund, and council approved the contract with the Ed Fund to manage $600,000 in American Rescue Plan Act funds. And that was to support Richmond residents that were impacted by COVID to continue the work they had done, that they were doing with funding that had been raised by philanthropy, as well as through the CARES Act funding. And here's a breakdown per the contract of how that $600,000 was allocated. So there is some funding that is allocated to the administration of this work, and then the other $530,000 is meant to go out the door. So what we're going to talk about tonight is go more in detail about where we are with these different funding sources and these different initiatives. So far of the $600,000, the city, through our contract, has released only $200,000 to the Richmond Rapid Response Fund for disbursements around rent relief. Next slide, please. Okay, so to date, based on the staff report that's been provided to you all, for direct disbursements, none of the city's ARPA funds have been utilized to provide direct disbursements to Richmond residents. That's not because there's not a need. That's not because there's not a desire or of the ability of Richmond Rapid Response to be able to distribute those funds, but it's because through fundraising, Richmond Rapid Response has other funds available in its coffers, and they have been using those funds first before accessing City of Richmond ARPA dollars, which we think is a great thing. But as we start to see those other funds that have been raised from other resources dwindle, you'll start to see that City of Richmond ARPA dollars will be spent. And we just were talking today with Richmond Rapid R3F staff that they have, even just this week, continued to issue direct disbursement card. So we will be able to provide more information in the upcoming months of, and things may pick up during the holiday season for people who are in need of additional support. Next slide, please.
Excuse me, could,
Yes.
Mr. Vice Mayor, could I ask a quick question? It would be helpful for me to understand the rest of this presentation. I see you're on mute.
Yes, you may, as a point of information.
Yes, thank you. So the disbursement versus the rental assistance. So is the disbursement like to all residents? Is that the guaranteed income piece? Which would be given to, I don't know, I guess it's some targeted group. The rental assistance is to in-need renters. I mean, if you could explain the difference between the disbursement, the direct disbursement funds and the rental assistance funds.
I will happily do that. So the direct disbursements are individuals go through an intake process and they submit a request for direct disbursement, and it comes in allotments of $500, and it's via a card that is provided to the individual. So it's $500 to help meet basic needs. They can spend it on food, health-related needs, clothing, rent. They can spend it on a variety of things, but it's $500 helping to meet kind of immediate needs of individuals. And then the other component that R3F has been supporting the city on and just supporting Richmond residents on is rent relief. That is that has been set at $5,000. So there's a whole separate group of partners, and we're going to talk a little bit more about it, a different group of partners that are involved in each of those different initiatives. And there are separate intake processes that are involved with each one of those. And then guaranteed income is completely separate. It's not something we have established yet, but R3F is working with a consultant to help develop a guaranteed income or universal income program.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So for the direct disbursement, which has been $500 to individuals, here's the breakdown. We earlier stated that it was over 1,000 individuals that were helped. And you can see here that the majority of individuals that requested funds and received them were predominantly female, in their late 30s and Latinx and or African American. Next slide. Thank you. Here are some of the things that individuals spent funding on or said they needed to spend funding on. And so through, as I stated, there's the intake process. And so information is collected from individuals, and it is to help us be able to provide data back to funders, but also for the partners to really strategize and provide additional support to individuals through the network of partners that are involved in this process. So you can see people spend money from on everything from transportation to food and groceries. Next slide, please. So we have dozens of partners that have been involved in the direct disbursement process. So when R3F, the beauty of R3F was it was community led, and organizations that are based in Richmond were able to provide support to get the money out the door quickly. So we have organizations that are trusted in the city of Richmond, have relationships with community members, and we're able to help identify and get the word out about the availability of the direct disbursement program. And so you have partners that are involved at different levels, and this is shown here in this slide. So you have some that were helping to get the funding out and used a shared intake process so that we could see, make sure no one was getting just cards, multiple times, and to help provide referrals to organizations so people could have supportive services and not just $500 in their pocket. And then we also were able to work with the Community Care Coalition partners as resource and referrals to provide individuals with ongoing support. Next slide, please. So for those partners, as I stated, there were dozens of partners that were involved. What they had to do to be part of this process and still are involved in this way is they had to agree to utilize a similar intake form so that we could get the same information from individuals and be able to share information across the different organizations to provide that ongoing support and need for individuals. And the disbursement funds really went into the hands of the individuals in the community, and administrative fees were not taken from these organizations that served as partners. And they also helped to bring in additional money. So if people wanted to go on RISE's website, as an example, they could do that and then donate money to Richmond Rapid Response Fund. So it really was a funnel in a way for additional funds to come into R3F that then would get redistributed back out to the community. And those organizations helped us figure out how we needed to shift and move things around to do a better job in round 2. Next slide. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jim Becker from Richmond Community Foundation, or RCF Connects, to talk more about the rent relief process. Thank you.
Thank you so much, LaShonda, and Vice Mayor Martinez and council members. It's great to be with you this evening. Last time I was here, we were presenting on the Equity for Black Women and Girls initiative, and I think it was 12:30 when we got to present. So I'm happy with 9:30. Thank you. So in relation to rent relief, next slide, please. We've been partnering with R3F since the beginning. And at the very beginning, we were part of the, we managed their rental assistance portfolio under the CARES Act. And because of that, and when the ARPA funds became available, it was proposed that we continue to play that role. And I think there were a couple of reasons. One, we do not charge any administrative costs for doing this. We just believe it's the right thing to do. And the other is that as a community foundation, we have the infrastructure to quickly disperse grants, rental assistance, down payment assistance, and other direct assistance payments, in this case to landlords, to prevent eviction of Richmond renters. And in this rental assistance program for ARPA, we've received through R3F and the city of Richmond $200,000 to provide rental assistance, excuse me, to renters in Richmond. And the process basically is our partners at SparkPoint and Neighborhood Housing Services, who are also doing this without taking administrative costs, provide the intake. They submit the completed applications to RCF. We contact the landlord to make sure that we have the landlord's W-9, because we want to make sure that the tenant is not taxed on these dollars, because if we give it directly to the tenant, that's an issue. We contact the landlord, we make the payment directly to the landlord, and as part of receiving the funds or accepting the funds, the landlord is agreeing not to proceed with eviction of the tenant. And then every January, we issue a 1099 to those landlords who've received funds. And the great thing about having Neighborhood Housing Services and SparkPoint as partners is that the tenants or the clients can also get other assistance. They can get budget assistance. They can enroll in CalFresh or any of the benefits programs that they can also benefit from. Next slide, please. So to date, and we started this in September of this year, we've supported 8 households with $34,000 in rent relief. There's a couple of restrictions that we're up against with this funding. The maximum rent relief that we're able to provide is $5,000 per household. And there's significantly more criteria with the ARPA funding than there was with the COVID funding that came earlier. So the criteria right now that we're working with is the person has to be a resident of Richmond, California, at risk of eviction or with past due rent. They've got an outstanding rent balance due to COVID. Their household has been impacted or disproportionately impacted by COVID, and they can sustain the rent after the program disbursement. So one of the challenges in this is that, you know, our partners in RCF, we have to verify and collect all of this documentation, and that slows the process down. There are additional renters currently in the pipeline, but the process is slow because, you know, we have to get the landlord's W-9. That's an ARPA requirement. We also have to get a copy of the lease agreement, the letter of intent to execute the lease if they're going to move and need a new security deposit, and we have to get income verification for the last 30 days. We also have to get verification of past due rent. So these additional criteria that ARPA has that the original rental assistance programs did not have does make it a little challenging. The current program for rental assistance, as I mentioned before, limits that assistance to $5,000. And if the council were willing to increase that, we could potentially serve additional renters whose past due rent can often be as high as 20 or 30,000, up to 1 year of rent in arrears. Under the current model, even if we provided those renters with the $5,000, they would still be evicted. And so the program has had to focus on protecting those renters who can sustain the rent after receiving that $5,000 as required, and those landlords who then agree not to evict. So it is a little more challenging than the first go round of rental assistance. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this again outlines the documentation that we have to maintain and we have to keep so that when the city comes back to us and says, hey, we need to now report to the state, we have this documentation, we can provide it, it's been collected and stored in our secure server, and this information is available. Next slide, please. So our partners, as I mentioned, are SparkPoint and Neighborhood Housing Services, and also R3F. The rent program has also been a partner because if the person has extensive amounts of rent debt, there's mediation that can be accessed through the rent program that helps us come up with a plan for the tenant and the landlord to either accept our funds and move their tenant through a repayment plan or something similar. So that's been an important piece. Process-wise, again, it's been Neighborhood Housing Services and SparkPoint that have been our providers for the intake, and then RCF has done the disbursement and all of the tax filings and everything that are necessary. Community Housing Development Corporation was also a partner in the first round, but in this second round, particularly with the ARPA-related funds and the fact that administrative costs were not permitted, they had to drop out of the program. They couldn't provide this and not be compensated for their work. So that's where we land at this point. I just want to reiterate that from the rental assistance side, there's never been any administrative fees taken. It has been a direct in and out with RCF and our partners providing their services to the community as part of the package of what they do. Community housing, I mentioned Community Housing Development Corporation. And then the last thing I wanted to point out here was that if people are interested in the community, this is where we're doing the intakes. So they can contact Simone Gorey at Richmond Neighborhood Housing Services. Her information is here. They can contact Betty Gusher Cantrell at SparkPoint. Her information is here. And then for those who require not only potentially more than the $5,000 in rental assistance or other mediation support, they can contact Monica Bejarano at the City of Richmond Rent Program. Thank you. Next slide, please.
All right. Good evening, Vice Mayor and City Council members. I'm Jessica Trevino. I'm going to present a little bit about guaranteed income. Next slide, please. So guaranteed income is a type of cash transfer program that provides continuous unconditional cash transfers to individuals and households. And it's a regular cash payment that's accessible to members of a community with no strings attached. Direct cash payments are seen as an anti-poverty tool that provide recipients with flexible ways to prioritize their needs and spend money where it's needed the most. And it's supplemental to traditional safety net programs as a way to help folks transition out of poverty. Every day, millions of individuals are struggling to make ends meet despite working full-time jobs and more, and facing exploitative poverty wage jobs and discriminatory social support programs. Next slide, please. So despite shifts in protocols around pandemic safety and supports, communities are still in deep need. While the child tax credit, earned income tax credit, and even the economic impact payments, referred to as the stimulus checks, were a key provision of the CARES Act, and kind of really helped folks out over the last couple of years. They showed a huge reduction in child poverty and evidence that we can lift children and families out of poverty with a guaranteed income. But some folks are under the impression that emergency aid is no longer needed and that the pandemic is over. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, more than 100 demonstrations are currently active across the country, many of which are utilizing ARPA funds for their GI pilots, and are being run by mayors, including a large national program called Mayors for Guaranteed Income. So it's really exciting to witness the growing momentum of GI and to see the potential of GI pilots budding across Contra Costa County. The data that's coming out from these demonstrations show that direct cash works, and this is from Stockton to Jackson, Mississippi. And of course, folks have become refamiliarized with the concept of guaranteed income since former Mayor Tubbs produced the first program in Stockton, and he recently told me that he believes we can do it in Richmond too. So these they've shown that this is a really good way to get folks out of poverty, and it allows for breathing room for folks and increased resilience in the event of expensive emergencies, job losses, health issues, and more. And I also want to mention that interest in GI has sparked the development of a Contra Costa working group funded by YNH Soda, and that's dedicated to like curating a blueprint for GI in the county. And so this working group is made up of a lot of our partners, and we're standing with dozens of other community organizations coordinated to work with our distribution partner, Community Financial Resource, who is the head, the leading partner on Stockton, Santa Clara, and multiple other GI programs here in the state of California and nationally. Next slide, please. So we have been using assessing our lessons learned from direct cash disbursements, as well as learning more and more about the implementation of guaranteed income. And there are some kind of exciting next steps to formalize this program. Actually, I didn't even get a chance to tell LaShonda this because I just found out we are a sub-grantee recipient of the huge California Department of Social Services Guaranteed Income Program that just got announced, I believe it was yesterday or today. So that's an exciting funding update to be able to implement, continue to work towards implementing this for our beloved Richmond. We're also working locally with the safety net providers to like the various safety net services to make sure that we can protect benefits. So we're working to secure protocols. Some things are direct waivers, others just take agreements, but really making sure that once this program is implemented, we can protect the residents and the community members from receiving any backlash or benefits cliffs in their once receiving guaranteed income. We're also building political will and relationships. Folks who are not familiar with guaranteed income, or even those who are, sometimes have myths or misnomers about the concept and what it means for our community. And so it's really important that we're continuing to talk and learn and work in solidarity to make things easier for our community. We're also fundraising. And as I mentioned, there's a hold harmless fund that would protect folks from a benefits cliff to make and we're also, of course, fundraising for disbursements. The programs are not cheap, but they hold a lot of promise for our communities. And we're also going to be hiring for continued community engagement and narrative work for our community, so we can really ground truth what folks are experiencing on the ground and have them help design this process.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any other comments from the presenters? If not,
Yeah,
then we'll...
yeah, this last slide.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
So I'm going to close this out really briefly, but so in terms of our next steps for the group is we're continuing to work with our partners to distribute the remaining ARPA funds. We're also relooking at the rent relief criteria based on the challenges we've had with disbursements, both in supporting tenants and securing the proper paperwork to demonstrate need that we need to have as backup for the ARPA funds. We're continuing to work with R3F as well as Dahlberg on the guaranteed income program design with support of that consultant, and that work is ongoing with community input. R3F is also continuing to fundraise as well as other supporting organizations such as RCF to leverage the money that's been provided by the city. And we hope to be able to provide an update to the City Council in the first quarter about that ongoing work and hopefully more details about what a guaranteed income could look like for Richmond. So with that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Claudia, you have the floor.
Yeah, I want to thank Director Velasco and Director White for all the information. Let me tell you, I was really concerned when I read this report. Now I am feeling much better. Thank you, Jim and Jessica, for being here and present because I have a lot of issues. So, and I am going to lay out the issues that I have so people understand what I was worried. And I continue to be worried in some ways. So first of all, City Council approved to relieve these on June 21st of 2021. And it wasn't until February 15 that R3F got the funds. On February 15, 2022, 600,000 were dispersed to R3F. And these 600,000, so the motion that was approved on 21st of last year, on June 21st of last year, was $600,000 for going direct to residents for rental assistance and $400 to create the guarantee income, which I'm really happy to hear this good news. On February 15, we released $600,000 for the rent assistance. And I hear that it wasn't until September of this year, almost 6 months later, that these disbursements start to roll out. So it's a lot of time, and while our community is in a need for these funds. So at today, it seems that only $34,000 have been disbursed, and then you have another $20,000 that has been requested for disbursement, right? So my question is, I think like we need to move quickly because we cannot hold this money more time to with that. So my question to you, when, like, I have two questions and then I have other, but we got $600 to R3F. R3F is charging the city $7,000 for managing the money, which I think is just, you are doing such a great work. And I'm glad that our RCF is not charging and other partners are not charging additional fees. So this is really great news. But I heard that RCF, who is the one helping with this disbursement, only had gotten $200,000. What is the 330,000 remained, and what is the time that you think all that money can go directly to residents? That is my first questions, or my two questions. They are Jim,
do you want to answer the rental assistance portion?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Thank you, Councilmember Jimenez. I appreciate the question. I think there's a couple things that can help accelerate the distribution of the funds. One would be for the city to raise the cap. So $5,000 right now is the cap. If we raise that cap, we could serve other residents because there are people who have a greater need. So that would be one recommendation. The other, I'm not sure we can address because it is an ARPA requirement to get all of this paperwork. And that paperwork, unfortunately, is taking community residents time. Landlords, some are very responsive and get them information right away that we can then use. Some are not as responsive, but the burden of proof that we have to present back to the city, which then you have to present to the state, requires currently all of this documentation that is really burdensome on the community. And that's a challenge, but I don't know if we can fix that.
So let me
please.
ask you a
Yeah.
following question, if I may. So you mentioned two things. One is you are the partners, not the city council, set up the limit of $5,000. So it's not up to us to tell you how much you. So, and I read in the report that one of the challenges that you are having is that getting together with the partners to raise that. So I really encourage you to raise that because and get it together so you can do it, right?
I'm happy to do that. Thank you.
Okay,
If you're
so-
okay with it, I will do that.
Yeah, because we cannot wait until like this bureaucracy gets in the way to just kind of like be able to release some money when there is such a need. And then the other part you are talking about is more kind of like the bureaucracy of paperwork. And so my question is, I wonder what the REM program could help with, because as you know, the REM program has a lot of data, a lot of information, direct contact with landlords and renters. So what is that work? And if in some way you see that maybe you can get some help, or I don't know, like just kind of like brainstorming with you in terms of that challenge that you are mentioning here.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not sure. I think what the rent board has been very helpful with is making sure that landlords know this is available, because often the landlords want to get paid, and so they're willing to reach out to us before the tenant sometimes. So I do think that's a good asset. I don't know that some of the documents that the rent board has control over, like, you know, getting 30 days of income statements and that kind of thing from the tenant, has to come from the tenant, right? I mean, they have to be able to provide that, so we can provide it back to you when we cut the check. So I'll give that some thought. I certainly will reach out to the rent board and see what else they might be able to do. And if the council and the city staff are willing to allow us to go above the 5,000 cap, we're happy to do it.
Well, I just want to make a clarity here in terms of like, is the council that said at that, or you guys who say that? I don't think like the council just give the money and you are the ones who said at that.
That's a good question. When we received the direction from our partners at R3F in the city, that was my understanding that the cap was going to be $5,000. But we will talk about that, and we will look to change that.
Yes,
Yeah, I'm sorry. And Jessica has, but
right. I would like to clarify that the council did not set any limits. That was set by staff. So I'll let Jessica and then Demlis.
Thank you. Yeah, that's right. That limit, that was based on a $200,000 allocation and trying to make sure that we served as many folks as possible. And it had been an ongoing conversation that, you know, is it, is it to serve as many residents as possible, or is it for folks who are most deeply impacted? And so certainly hearing that there was a larger allocation to R3F makes me happy to be able to know that we can serve at a higher amount and serve more residents. And just in regards to the $600,000 allocation, I do need to clarify here publicly that R3F has only received $200,000 of those, which were directly released to RCF in June. So we're happy to continue to serve Richmond residents in the way that we have. And we're also happy to continue to receive support from the city and our other partners to do so.
Vice Mayor Martinez, may I ask a question?
Yes, Demlis has the floor, and then you can.
Yeah, I want to first thank Director White, Director Velasco, Jim, and Jessica for the fantastic presentation. And my line of questioning actually builds on this increase, because I know you mentioned, and this is to Jim, you mentioned that there you had, I'm not sure if this was a solid recommendation or what your recommendation would be, that an ideal increase would be $20,000. But just doing some back of the napkin math here, that's only if rent is, to cover a year. If rent is $1,500 a month, that's $18,000. If it's $2,000, then it's $24,000. If it's $3,000, it's $36,000. So I am wondering, what would be your what would be an ideal recommendation for us to raise it? Because I do want to clear it up, and I am willing to make a motion just to make definite that we're looking to increase it. So what would be your recommendation if we were looking to help folks out, with at least a year? And I know and I know we probably need more information before we really make a decision, but based on what you've been looking at, is it folks with the $1,500, $2,000, or $3,000 a month payments that you guys have been primarily serving, I guess, is the basis of my question.
I'll base this on the COVID rent assistance that we did prior, because that was up to $10,000, and we even upped it up to $15,000. But there were other resources that could cover that. I know the city has, thought about this for a long time. The council's discussed it, and I don't necessarily have a recommendation. I think it's more a recommendation of, providing us with the flexibility to assess an individual's case and not be restricted by an artificial cap. And if we can do that, it could be a person who only needs 8,000, right? Right now, if they need 8, we don't really serve them. So if we have the flexibility to say this person needs 8 or 10, and if they get that 8 or 10, they're good, right? They've got the income to pay their rent after that, and they're good. They're just behind. And if we have the flexibility to make that determination, I think that would be very helpful.
Well, yeah, as I mentioned, I know we probably have public comments, so I'll wait until after that to make a motion, but I'm fully prepared to make that motion to provide that flexibility.
Thank you, Councilmember Demlis. City Manager.
Councilmember Johnson answered my question.
Okay. Well, then,
or asked my question, rather.
In that case, we'll go to public comment. I'm sorry. I'll let Jessica speak, and then we'll go to public comments.
I just wanted to mention that at the time I wrote my report, I assessing the previous round of rental relief and the one that's currently underway, that average rent owed was about $9,000 per applicant. Some are up to $46,000, and some are only needing rent for 1 month, but the average is about $9,000.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so do we have public speakers?
We do not.
Okay, if there's no public speakers, then we'll go to statements. Councilmember Claudia.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I think I agree with Councilmember Johnson's about giving that direction, but I also want to have a deadline for the disburse of the money, because I am just concerned that it has like the money got in February and is November. So, and we haven't given that money directly. And also I want to direct the rent program to go to the rent board to see how a rental assistant can be created and administered by the rent program. I know that you are doing a great job, but I think like based on the need that we see in our community and based on the capacity that organizations have, I think it is a need for more of these and many different people doing it. So I will be adding to, if Councilmember Johnson want to do the motion, that I will have a deadline and the other part for the rent program. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Johnson.
I will say that I'm somewhat apprehensive about a deadline. I do understand the urgency around it. But when I was listening to Mr. Becker's response to your question as to what was creating the bottleneck, the increase was one solution, but then the other issue that was creating the bottleneck was the bureaucracy of paperwork required by ARPA. And I guess what I'm most apprehensive about is that while we're doing things on our end to increase the speed of things, that the bureaucracy of the paperwork that ARPA requires will put a strain on top of that. So I'm wondering how can we maintain that sense of urgency while also taking into consideration that just because we're increasing the limit, allowing the flexibility with the limit, that won't automatically allow for the paperwork that ARPA requires to be just as expedient.
LaShonda.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Martinez. I do want to say that staff completely understands and hears the urgency. We really collectively want to get this money out the door. We have engaged in conversations about how we can do a better job of making that happen, and we are committed to do that. So I just want to make sure it's really clear that we understand and we are in agreement that we want to get this money to Richmond residents to help them in both direct disbursements as well as rent relief as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Willis.
I mean, one suggestion, just listening to the discussion, is as opposed to creating a deadline, we can have a report back on the disbursements of the funds in like 6 months, so we can continue to provide comment and direction based on how much money has been dispersed, what have been some of the challenges in getting it out, and consistently evaluate. So we're not just making another motion and revisiting this in a year and just going, oh, what happened? So that's one idea. It's just giving us a report back in half a year so we know that this is moving.
And we're happy to, in response to that, we're happy to do it on a quarterly basis because I think we're making good progress on the guaranteed income program design, and certainly would like to share that information with the council. And so there's still an additional $400,000 worth of funds that needs to be added towards that type of programming. So we're anticipating to come back Q1, so probably February, March, with an update on where we are on disbursements and guaranteed income.
Great, thank you. Claudia, and then I see that Johnson wants to speak after her.
Yeah, thank you. I just have a question because what I heard from Jessica was that the R3F fund signed a contract for $600,000, but they had only received $200,000. So I just wanted Director White and Director Velasco, what had happened, because I was under the impression that they had received the $600,000, and I was just really mad that they had been sitting on $600,000 without disbursing that. So now it seems that we are the ones at the city staff that have been sitting on that money. So I just want to hear what had happened and next steps.
Sure, I can clarify that. And we sort of fashioned it in a similar way as I understand the CARES Act. So we did advance 200,000. I mean, in most cases, we work on a reimbursement basis where the consultant will put out the money and then ask us for reimbursement. So what we've written into the contract is we advance 200,000. At the point that the disbursements drop to 50,000, they would invoice us again and we would give them another allotment. And part of it is the reporting requirements for ARPA are pretty significant, and we want to make sure every dollar out the door is reimbursable back to the city and isn't something we're going to get a finding on. So that's why we formed it in a way where we've only advanced 200. Once they submit to us the reports that drop it to 50,000, they can invoice us again for another advance.
And also, I will say that money that sits in our coffers for ARPA gains interest that we are able to use to continue to provide programs. So we just are being very thoughtful. And we have tried to make it clear in the staff report and other places that R3F did not receive that 600,000 in advance. They have it allocated, but they have not received it because we haven't released it all. So thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, you guys.
Okay, this item has recommended action to receive a report, but it's my understanding that there are ideas that have come up from receiving the report that would require a motion. So I would like to ask the attorney whether or not we can in fact make motions.
The study session says and act. So
Okay.
I think you can make motions, but they have to be within the subject matter in the heading that's listed on the agenda.
Okay, fantastic. In that case, Demlis?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion allowing the rent relief program flexibility and the dollar amount dispersed to applicants, as well as requesting that quarterly reports be made in regards to the progress, with the first report being made in February or March of between February and March of the first quarter. Did I get some part of that wrong? I saw some folks shaking.
Okay, I see Claudia's hand up.
If it's okay with Councilmember Johnson, can we add to the motion that we recommend that the rent program to go to the rent board at the December meeting to present how a rental assistance program can be administered by the rent program and return to the city council in January with such recommendations?
I have no qualms with that. I don't see staff side eyeing me or anything, so I'm going to assume that they don't either.
I do want to just add, though, Council, that the finance director, I don't think that she's on at this time. Previously, there were, I'm not suggesting that there's anything wrong with the motion. I just do want to clarify that the city finance department, especially with our ongoing state audit, does not have capacity to issue checks directly for disbursement payments. So just want to flag that for the council. That
will be something that the rent program will have to come out with recommendation about. And
perfect. Thank you.
So in that sense, I will second that motion.
All right. So we have a motion and we have a second. Can we hear a vote?
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt is absent. The motion passes with Mayor Butt absent.
All right.
Thank you all so much.
Thank
you, Jim.
for-
Thank you, Jessica.
Thank you all.
Thanks to all of you for the hard work that you've done to make this happen. All right, so now we move on to Q2.
Mr. Vice Mayor,
Yes.
I know that there are some community members who are waiting to hear Q5, which is the street improvement. So I wondered if the city council is amenable to hear that first because the community members.
I'm fine with that. Do we have a consensus on that? Are there any objections? Yes.
I don't have an objection. I'm just wanting to know, because it is 10:15. I just have a question for Ms. Velasco and Mr. Morales in terms of the security services for the Castro encampment. I believe that's a necessity to be approved tonight. So I guess I know this is hard to know how long the other item will take, but perhaps this one would go quickly and we could have this one go first.
Also, if the council doesn't want to hear a report, Councilmember McLaughlin, because the item is straightforward, we just put it on this way in case you wanted to have discussion, but it certainly could have been just a consent item. We just want to make sure to provide security. So if the council just wanted to move the item for Q2, that would be extremely helpful.
Mm-hmm. So that would be my motion, that we have the city clerk read Q2 and then we vote on it and then go immediately to what Councilmember Jimenez was asking. And that's to move up Q5. Yeah.
That's okay with me. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so is that the will of the council? Yes. So I see thumbs up. Okay, well then we'll go ahead and do Q2.
Item Q2 is to approve an emergency contract with Ascend Professional Services, LLC, to provide security guard services for up to 3 guards, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, including holidays, for a term ending on January 31st, 2023, in an amount not to exceed $200,000.
I'll move the item.
I'll second it.
I do not see any speakers requested.
Sorry, speakers.
No speaker.
You guys are fast tracking this.
No, it's like Councilmember Jimenez said, we got a lot of folks lined up for Q5, and this is.
Yeah, but I have a question. Is that okay?
Yes, Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, I know that this is an important item, but I wanted to get more information about the provider. When I saw what this provider has been doing is more sport events, and what are you asking them to do is totally different. So how you got to choose that provider? I know that is for a few months, but also what you are saying is that they will size on report and then call the police. So I just, for me, it's like I don't understand why we are going to accomplish with a contract like this when what they are going to do is cite reports and just call the police. And also, they are also wondering why the listed contract person, Mr. Kirkdall, is not who is mentioned in the staff report. And yeah, so I was having difficult time to get information about this company. So I just want to get clarification about what you are choosing it and what are the reasons and what they will be doing.
Deuce, do you want to address that specific question?
Yes. So with respect to the background for Ascend Professional Services, we briefly listed some of the events that they've done, but they also have been involved in working in homeless abatement, providing security and other functions besides the sporting events. The sporting events, of course, are a big name item for them, but they also have been working with the homeless abatement, as I mentioned. Specifically, they've done some homeless abatement in the city of Vallejo. A couple of the other things that are really important, we thought, was one, that they are providing unarmed security guards. Two, that they believe and have a philosophy of verbally trying to de-escalate situations without the use of weapons or making threatening movements that might incite people more. And so I think that's important in working with a sensitive people at the Castro encampment. That is really important that the staff that are going to be working there are trained to really talk to and work with the residents that are there to de-escalate situations. Three, Mr. Kurdahl, who is the principal of Ascent Professional Services, has a very long history of working in security from the time that he was in the United States Marine Corps. He's worked for several different security firms that have provided services for security at a varying amount of events, not just sporting events, not just high-tech events. That's part of what a lot of companies do. They provide a range of services, but again, they do have a background. One of the important points to us is that they have a way of monitoring their staff to ensure that they're actually walking around the encampment and checking on things. They have a system where they can actually have them check in on a regular basis, and they're able to locate them and see where they are. So those were really important characteristics to be able to get a firm like them on board, and also that they're able to staff up quickly. They've been out to the Castro encampment. Mr. Kurdahl was able to make some recommendations to us that we want to implement, and they're ready to get started as soon as the contract is approved.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, I appreciate the explanation. It helps us understand why this company was chosen. With online searches, I didn't find much information about them. Can you explain why they're not visible, considering the amount of work that they've done?
Mr. Kurdahl admitted, and I found out the same thing, that they don't have a great internet presence. Their webpage is still in the process of being developed. But nonetheless, more importantly to us, whether they have a great webpage to provide information, is the fact that they do have the background, they do have the capability, they have the experience to provide the services that we need. And keeping in mind that this is a short-term contract, we will eventually get a longer-term contract with either this firm or another firm to provide security services at the Castro encampment. But in this particular case, because of those attributes that I just mentioned, I think Ascent Professional Services really will serve the purposes of providing the short-term security, and particularly since we need them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, including holidays.
So lacking internet presence, I'm assuming that you got references from other places that they've done work for?
I didn't have the opportunity to get the references, but I did get background information on them, licenses that they have that are issued to the Bureau of Security Investigative Services for the state of California. He also provided me his bio. And I thought that was in this case sufficient. Again, keeping in mind that this is an emergency situation. We really need to get security over at Castro for any number of reasons. Just as importantly, some of the items that I mentioned that have happened there recently, and able to move cars, to secure people. We just need to get as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? If not, I believe it's time to call a vote.
Okay, we had a motion by Councilmember Johnson, and I did not hear a second.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt is absent. Motion passes with Mayor Butt absent.
Okay, thank you. Now we go on to Q5, present traffic safety implementation.
Okay. Item Q5 is to receive a presentation on traffic safety request and provide direction to staff.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Martinez, City Council members. I'm happy to introduce to you our staff, Patrick Phelan, Infrastructure Administrator, and a consultant from First and Peers, Ryan McLean, who are going to make a presentation about our safety of our traffic safety implementation program that basically brings a prioritization methodology that takes into account the different attributes, including equity, priority, communities. So Ryan, I don't see you there.
And if I may, Vice Mayor, I'd like to introduce Daniel. He's our new Public Works Director for those on the council who haven't had a chance to meet him. You can see he's a quick engineer. He just jumped right in, right on the item tonight. And so want to welcome him to Richmond. He's really rolling up his sleeves and getting moving. And I hope in the coming weeks, you'll all get a chance to meet him and interface with Daniel, but he's a great addition to our team.
Right, I remember him being introduced at the last council meeting, but soon enough, he won't need any introductions because we'll all know him well. Welcome, Daniel.
Thank you very much. Ryan, take it away.
Yep, I am here. All right. All right, good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. Again, Ryan McLean with Fair and Peers here to present on the traffic safety implementation program that we've been working with city staff on for the last several months. And can go to the next slide. So the goals for tonight, just want to present this implementation program and get council's input on the project prioritization process, the draft prioritized project list, and the draft allocation of the $750,000 of city council funds that were allocated a few meetings back to handle safety projects. So I'm going to talk through the safety implementation program, go through some sample projects just to give a sense of what types of projects are being asked to be funded through this, and then a review of the project prioritization process and costs that we're looking at. Next slide. So starting with the program, this is really geared towards developing a process where we receive requests from the public through a variety of sources. That can be through council members, that can be through emails or other letters into the city staff, and really help to figure out how best to prioritize the funding for those various projects. And so this is going to be the first discussion to highlight how that $750,000 can be applied to that list. Next slide. So this is the process that we're looking at when we receive a project request. So those come in from the residents. Once they come in, they're logged into a spreadsheet and a map. So they're being kept track of geographically. They're then, the statements that are sent in are then researched and then categorized into one of 4 categories that I'll talk about in the next couple slides. We then are developing preliminary cost estimates just to get a sense of where these projects may fall overall. Those projects are then refined throughout the process as we figure out more details about what the solutions may be. Then the next steps are to develop preliminary plans and some more supporting materials. And then last, the projects are sent out to either be implemented, well, primarily to be implemented by city staff or potentially contractors. Next slide. So when a project comes in, we identify several things about the project. The main one I want to highlight, though, is the sorting criteria. And really that looks at equity priority communities first, and then also sees how it aligns with the local road safety plan that council adopted several months back, and then to see if the project falls on the high injury network, the HIN, and then also sees how the project ties in with the bicycle and pedestrian master plan key corridors. So really looking at how these projects fit in with the overall goals of the city in terms of improving safety for all users. And I'll talk about these other details as we go through the example projects. Next slide. So just want to highlight the equity priority communities, which were formerly called the communities of concern by MTC, the Metropolitan Transportation Commission. And those are seen to have a significant concentration of underserved populations, such as households with low income and people of color. And so the EPC framework helps MTC identify investments that meaningfully reverse disparities in access to transportation, housing, and other community services. So that's why that's on the top of the list in terms of our prioritization. Next slide. So now I want to run through the sample project categories that we've got. So these are the 4 categories: sideshow deterrence, and those are small projects that could be implemented pretty quickly to deter sideshow activities at various locations, primarily intersections. We also have operations tasks, and these are small projects that are typically found within the roadway maintenance and repair program. So examples of this would be speed humps. Medium projects are larger projects that go beyond just speed humps or sideshow deterrence, but could still be implemented in kind of a quick build fashion. So this could be things like improving pedestrian crossings with beacons. It could be things like adding in bulb outs and that sort of thing with paint and plastic materials. So these are still relatively small projects that could turn into larger projects if desired. But the idea here is to identify quick build and expensive projects first as part of this program. Then lastly, we have large projects, and these go beyond any of those previous 3 categories and are typically more in the hundreds of thousands of dollars to implement. And so doing it through the 750 allocation would likely would eat up much of that allocation. So these are projects that the most likely source is going to come from grants. And so those projects have been identified as potential grant projects. Next slide. So I just want to run quickly through an example of each of those types of projects. So the first one is the Hilltop Drive Rock Rose Way intersection, where we got a request to deal with the sideshows that were going on there. And so near-term recommendation would be to install paint and plastic bulb outs to reduce the size of the intersection, and potentially some other markers that would help deter the sideshows there. So long-term, obviously those could be made more substantial and with concrete and more permanent, but that would be further down the road. So then we go through the process of looking, is it an equity priority community? In this case, the answer is no. Is it on the high injury network from the LRSP? No. Does it meet a collision profile from the LRSP? And it does do that, so that falls under unsafe speeds and DUIs in terms of the collision history we've seen here. And then, is this a priority corridor in the bike and ped master plan? The answer is no there. And then we assign a cost estimate to this of $25,000 to do kind of those paint and plastic bulb outs. Next slide. An example of an operations task. So again, these are things that kind of fall under roadway maintenance. So this was a request for speed humps on 32nd Street along three blocks. And so the recommendation here was to install the 4 speed humps in the section. Then we go through the process. Equity priority community, yes. High injury network, it's not on the high injury network. Collision profile that this matches is unsafe speeds, and it is not on the bike or ped master plans. But the cost estimate for this was around $10,000. Next slide. An example of a medium-sized project, and there are several of these. This is the crossing of Carlson Boulevard at Tehama Avenue. So this was a request to put in an enhanced crossing to help people get across Carlson, especially those going to the nursery school that's on the corner. So recommendations here were curb extensions on the corners, striping a high visibility crosswalk, and adding in a rectangular rapid flashing beacon. So this is not in an equity priority community. It is on the multimodal high injury network. It also matches collision profiles for unsafe speeds, pedestrian right-of-way violations, DUIs, and then it's also on a priority corridor from the bike and ped master plans for Carlson Boulevard. And the cost estimate for this was $75,000. Next slide. And then an example of a large project, and we talked about this when we presented the local road safety plan, and actually this went out for a grant funding through the Highway Safety Improvement Project program. So this actually, we did seek grant funding for this, and this is to close the gap in the Barrett Avenue corridor. There's a gap where bicycle lanes are missing as it goes underneath the railroad tracks. So this included a road diet, so reducing the lanes, adding in bike lanes, crosswalk enhancements, and other items. So equity priority community, high injury network, and then matched collision profiles for pedestrian right-of-way, unsafe speed, DUI, and also was on the bike and ped master plan corridors. The estimate for this was 1.5 million, so that's why a grant funding application was put together. And so these large projects would not be included in the 750,000 allocation. Next slide. All right, now to run through the prioritization. So they're prioritized for funding. Step 1 is to sort them, and that's looking again, first large projects are not included. So it's the other 3 categories that are included. Is it in an EPC? Is it located along the LRSP highway injury network? And then is it located along a key bicycle or pedestrian corridor from the bike and ped master plan? So then with that sorting in mind, top ranking projects are listed above the $750,000 line with discretion for choosing between similarly ranked projects and looking to get parity amongst districts. So those are kind of the 2-step process for looking at prioritization. Next slide. So a summary of where we are right now, the total number of projects that we received, 37 in total, and there's the breakdown there. And so you can see that total estimated cost by category, the total estimate was in the $22 million range. Most of that was in the large project category. So then beyond that, we've got 85,000 for sideshow deterrence, then 510,000 for operations tasks. So that was a lot of speed hump requests, and then 450,000 for those medium projects. Next slide. And then again, here's just a blow up with just those projects with the large projects removed. And then the funding allocated by district for that 745,000. So we sorted all those projects, drew a line at 750,000, and this is how that allocation laid out. and we can talk more in detail about that too. Next slide. So that's the end of the presentation. Happy to answer questions.
You're on mute, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I see that Councilmember Bates has his hand up.
Yes, I wanted to inquire, when you're doing these bikes, do you communicate with the residents, or do you just go ahead and apply for an application because the money is there?
You want me to start, Patrick? And I saw you.
Well, I was just gonna say that the bulk of the traffic safety requests that we have received do not involve bicycles. They're mainly about vehicle and pedestrian safety. But the large project that Ryan pointed out was highlighted in the local roadway safety plan, and that's why we chose for grant funding.
Well, my question is, to what extent are the community involved? A good example is that I was approached by a number of citizens. In fact, I was surprised too, coming down Canal Boulevard and all of a sudden running into various bicycle lanes. Also there near Washington School. I don't recall that have ever been brought to the city council attention where the public weighed in and whether they wanted it or not. So my question, as you go through these various bike lanes proposals, are you including the public and their input, their desirability?
Thank you for that, Councilmember Bates. It's possible that we could have done a better job with our outreach for that project, but that project was also a direct result from the Ferry to Bridge to Greenway plan, which had a lot of public outreach, including with the Point Richmond Neighborhood Council. And that project was one of the projects created through that plan. So we're trying to do our outreach through these plans, like what we're trying to do with the Travel Safe Richmond program that's been going on for the last over a year, which produced the local roadway safety plan and which is also producing the new bike ped action plan.
Oh, okay. Well, my last question deals with traffic. When Mr. Steve Tam was here in charge of the traffic, he made an effort to go around and check out the various lighting and how they switched and so forth. We have several serious areas. One is Hilltop and the Parkway. It is a mess. Someone is going to get killed or hurt there because the traffic either is too slow or whatever. The other one is the Canal Boulevard going on to the park, the freeway, coming down the canal underneath. You've got a left turn, but you don't allow cars ample time to make the left turn. If there's not a car sitting there, bingo, they have to wait. And we talk about cars being stalled or just sitting there idling, and we talk about climate control and the emission and all of that. We need to take a look at the traffic circulation, because all we doing in many cases are cars are just sitting there idling, waiting for the light to change. Don't seem to be any coordination like that was before. So that's just an observation. You can look at it, but I gave you two areas: Canal Boulevard, coming underneath the freeway, going towards San Rafael, and the Parkway at San Pablo Avenue. And also the freeway on Bloom Drive, I guess that's it, how that is not very well coordinated. And coming off the freeway onto Bloom Drive on the handicap, there's only like 2 or 3 seconds that you allow cars to make a left turn, and bango, they're sitting there idling. So just an observation. If you want me to put that in writing, I will.
Thank you, Councilmember Bates. I've made a note of that. I do want to also mention that I think 2 of the intersections you mentioned are most likely under Caltrans jurisdiction. They're, the signals that are at an on-ramp are not the city's purview. And so we would have to work with Caltrans to research the issue.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Bates. Okay, Councilmember Willis.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I will, first of all, welcome Director Chabria to Richmond. I will want to arrange a meeting with you because there have been some issues that have been brought up to me that I just want to make in a statement real quick and ask a general question, but I know time is short. So basically the hotspot areas that have been brought to my attention recently have been off 29th and Bell Road, next to Salesian around that turn. There's been a lot of crashes and cars have been totaled. I know the people have filed something to do with either getting a 4-way stop sign or speed bumps in that area. We were told for some reason that didn't qualify, but there were some strategies from the previous public works director. There's also areas in Ohio next to the south side and the downtown Richmond area that have been raising concerns in terms of sideways and donuts showing up. And I know recently the Belding Woods neighborhood has submitted as of 3 weeks ago a petition to get speed bumps in certain hotspot areas that they've been identifying as an issue. I wanted to raise all this up just to make note of it because these are some issues I would want to follow up with and even have some residents give input on their experience. But an issue that we've had in the city of Richmond is a lot of residents, they will take time out of their day, talk to their neighbors, fill out these petitions and submit them to the city and never hear a response. Sometimes they sit there for a year or two, and then if they get brought back up, I've even heard a comment saying oh, well, you might need to get the signatures again. So I guess my ultimate question with that statement is how are we moving forward going to come up with strategies where we adequately communicate to residents who are submitting petitions around traffic calming, safety, or addressing sideways without sideshows without them just sitting there on the back burner and there's no response, no communication or anything getting done about it, because it has been a contentious thing for years, even before I've been on the council. And as we're talking about traffic safety, I do want to make sure that moving forward, we start taking these petitions more seriously, that residents take time to collect and at least have some form of communication with them to where they're not just being left hanging and just saying, oh, the city doesn't care. So what's the strategy in increasing that communication and seeing what petitions for speed bumps or traffic calming qualify as a priority versus the ones that don't, and how do we work with the residents in getting on the same page so they know the process? Any summary answer would be great, and I'll follow up too, but welcome and thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Willis. Thank you for your comment, and you're not the first one who raised that concern from the community. So I know it's one of the biggest challenges that we're going to have in the next couple of months or few months. The strategy is very simple. We need to hire more people. We need to hire the engineers. I mean, to get back to residents, imagine if you have 20 residents just sending messages or phone calls to one person. That person, to get back to each single one of them, there's not enough time. So when you have more staff, that becomes more manageable. And that's definitely what we're working on. The way I see it, I expect to have in the engineering side, my staff up and running in early February or mid-February. That's where I'm shooting for. And we right now are in the process of recruiting people, and we have had good response with applications. So I I expect that it's not a quick process, but let me tell you that I have heard everybody with this concern. I'm hearing you right now, and definitely, especially being new, everybody wants to earn some brownie points, and I want to do that, especially being able to respond to the community, and in fact, it's part of our service. So the bottom line is we'll have a different conversation, the way I see it, for timing 6 months from now. But that doesn't mean that it's going to be from 0 to 6 months. Progressively, we'll be improving, but you've been receiving different type of phone calls or communication from the residents. You're going to see the difference in 6 months.
Okay, thank you. And I'll follow up one-on-one. And once again, thanks for joining Richmond and welcome.
Thank you.
All right, next, Councilmember Jimenez.
No, I think Councilmember Johnson had his rights first, so I will get him.
Okay,
first,
my apologies. Your hand got blended in with the bookcase.
That wasn't the, I've heard that before. Thank you, Councilmember Jimenez and Councilmember and Vice Mayor Martinez for that. Welcome, Daniel. Thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate your response to that last question, and I really love your energy behind, wanting to get your department fully staffed. I guess for me, I had a question around clarification, that needed clarifying. Last year we passed the reparations, equity, and inclusion package, which included the pavement equity plan, which was supposed to come up with an equitable way of looking at how roads and sidewalks are chosen to be repaved here in the city of Richmond based on an equitable basis. And I just wanted to clarify that MTC's equity priority communities is being used as such.
If we're talking specifically about pavement and how to raise the pavement condition index in Richmond or any city on that matter, I have to be completely honest. You have to be colorblind. Anything, you just focus on the roadway. If we focus on underserved communities, and that's the only thing we do, we're gonna make improvements there. But the overall PCI score is going to go down. And what that means is that we're deferring maintenance for 5 years from now, 10 years from now. And what today can cost us less is going to cost us a lot of more money. And in the end, it affects everybody in the city. What I'm trying to say is when I see the paving, I see paving. I don't see what is the most efficient way to invest our money that we can raise the PCI score where we are right now, and in the majority of them, it's going to be in a underserved community, of course, because by math, if those are the roadways that are in the worst shape, and we're raising the PCI score, well, those are that's where you're going to see the improvements more. But my recommendation is. And I know it sounds difficult. I was in the city of San Francisco. I was in the city of Orinda. I was in the city of San Ramon. Different communities, but the pavement is the same. And what happens is when you politicize the pavement program, the progress you make is very little compared if when you go data driven, you can make with the same amount of money, you can make more progress. That if you're patient, you can see 4 years later a big improvement in the overall system. So because no matter where you live, you have to move around. And so the streets serve everybody in the end. So with sidewalk, one thing that is we're working right now, we want to push is to have a self-assessment of the condition of our sidewalk. Because we know that we have a lot of cases that require attention in the sidewalk. But how big is the problem is something that we cannot quantify at this moment. So I already have some strategies for the sidewalk part. And the way I think it could work, but it's something that we're going to discuss it internally, is that the sidewalk could follow the pavement. So wherever we're going to pave, we'll take care of the sidewalk right away. because we have to recognize that we don't have enough funding. There's no city in the United States that have enough funding to treat all the roadways they need to treat in one single year, and to fix all the sidewalk they need to fix in one single year. So we have to have a program, a plan, what we're gonna do this year, next year, the following year, that everybody knows, yes, that roadway needs attention, but it's in the schedule for in 3 years from now. And it's 3 years from now because it's the most efficient way to do it. We're gonna take care of the roadways that we're gonna get the best bang for our bucks. That's basically
and that's great to hear that we want to get the most, the most out of our money. The primary concern that the equity plan was trying to address was making sure that communities that haven't had those, these things that you're mentioning in terms of the sidewalk and the roads being prioritized, based not even just based on data, but based on the willpower of some of your predecessors. Those roads have primarily been in underserved communities. So the primary concern is making sure that those roads that have been historically neglected are starting to get some type of attention or some type of plan to receive attention. And it sounds like you're developing that. So I'm with you on that. Some other pieces that I wanted to bring up as well. The lighting at 6th and McDonald is always out. I understand that there were a few that there was some work being done on 8th and McDonald, and it looks beautiful. Y'all updated the sidewalks by Kaiser and all of that good stuff. But when you get deep into the Iron Triangle, right by the park, it seems like all care for lighting and pedestrian safety just goes out the window, and we really need to improve that. Some other things that I've noticed too, we need more left turn lights in this city, instead of depending on the charity of drivers on the other side to allow folks to turn. I saw that we put a left turn light up on 37th and Barrett, which is perfecto. Thank you. Almost got in a few accidents myself, trying to make, or just sitting in the middle of the intersection. One that can really use it is the one on 22nd and Barrett, when you're turning on that one-way road, coming off of Barrett, going down that side street. That by the Arco station, I don't know how many folks have tried to make that left turn, but you either gonna play Grand Theft Auto or be a sitting duck for some time. But that needs to be fixed. And then lastly, I heard you in your response to Councilmember Willis in regards to the traffic deterrence. That's great to hear, because my neighbors here on 44th Street has been really working hard to make sure that we get a speed bump, because when the sideshow was over at Target, all of those cars, those high performance muscle cars with the Hellcat engines are coming down 44th Street at an extremely fast rate. Actually, one of our neighbors, who was a former Rosita Riveter, had to jump back on the road and seriously, if I'm not mistaken, she hurt herself and it led to her death, because those cars were speeding down 44th Street, leaving the Target sideshows. So that's something that we may really want to consider in terms of pedestrian safety. But yes, thank you so much for listening to my TED Talk, and I look forward to speaking with you a little bit more in the future.
If I may, Councilmember Johnson, I wanted to comment that on a few things that you mentioned. The lighting on 8th Street going along Kaiser, that's part of the Yellow Brick Road project. And, that's something that we've been working on for a long time. We had got a lot of grant funding in order to do that. So that's why you see all the great lighting there. I wanted to mention that the left turn issue that you brought up is definitely something, a key thing in the local roadway safety plan. We looked at all of our traffic signals and where we have those and where we don't have those, and that's something that's coming up a lot. And I wanted to mention also that the Barrett Avenue grant project that we applied to includes that intersection of 22nd and Barrett, and that's the exact kind of issue that we wanted to address with that grant project.
Perfect. And one more thing that I wanted to mention too was I would really like to see the installation and use of smart technology in our pedestrian and lighting systems. So that way we can begin to collect real-time data on how much those intersections and things are used. So that way we can begin to provide even greater services to those transportation thoroughfares.
Excuse me, Vice Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
58, and we need to extend the meeting if we want to continue.
Okay. Do I have a motion to
Make a
extend the meeting?
motion to extend until the end of this item.
You said the end of this item?
Yes.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a first and a second to continue.
Can we include reports of officers? I
Oh,
have some
yes.
memorials I need to.
Yes,
Okay.
Yes. And report.
if that's all right with the motion maker, with the motion
Yes,
maker.
and reports of officers directly after this item, then we do the memorials and end.
Shall we have a roll call?
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt is absent. The motion passes with Mayor Butt absent.
And there may be some funds, I'm pretty sure Mr. McLean knows better than me, some funds out there related to getting some smart tech involved in our pedestrian, our pedestrian and lighting ways as well.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, bienvenido, Director Chavarría. Es un gusto.
Gracias. Muchas gracias.
And I just wanted to say thank you to Patrick and thank you to Ryan for working on this. I think establishing a prioritization methodology is important, and it goes in terms of how we can decide what projects go first and others are not. I think I agree, like you have 17 projects here that are really key. And I just wanted to have some comment and clarification on the money as well, because we are talking about $750,000. And in that motion that Councilmember McLaughlin made to move these $750,000 of ARPA funds, I made an addition to get out of the CIP budget $150,000 that we're putting there to pay for the ARPA needs assessment, but the staff at that moment say that that wasn't the right place to put it, because they had already paid the $250,000 that the needs assessment is costing us for the ARPA. So, and I think like what my thought was that we can add these 150,000 to the 750,000. In addition, the CIP budget has a line of $300,000 that the former, when we were reviewing this budget, the former public works director told us that these also were monies to add to the street safety. So I just want, we don't have, no, we have, in addition to the $750,000, $150,000 and then the $300,000 that is in the CIP budget for street safety, for a total of $1.2 million. So I believe this, I just want to make that clarification about that.
So Councilmember Jimenez, did you want to, are you requesting that in the motion, you're going to increase the appropriations to 1.2, and any adjustments we need to make, we can bring them at mid-year, if that works?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Because I am just saying that there was all these other monies that we wanted, we were discussing to put it into street safety, and some of them is already there. in the CIP budget.
Okay.
And some of that, I think, I know that after the 17 projects, behind that, there is the Barrett Avenue and Key Boulevard. And the community had been organizing, and I think there is a need for that intersection to be part of this, especially because in the last week or so, they have been like they are having side shows, but there was a really bad incident that happened where fortunately the young a person who was doing the donuts crashed into unfortunately he crashed to another car, but fortunately he is okay. But this is kind of like a lot of kids are moving into that neighborhood. It's really difficult for people to cross that big intersection, and staff and I think the consultant has been meeting also with the community to come up with some solution for that. So I will add that with additional money, we add Barrett Avenue and Key Boulevard to this first part of funding, since also is here. It's just like, instead of 17, we can have 18. Know that I am just trying to put something without considering the prioritizations methodology that you had been working. I see that is this 18, so, and you are recommending 17. So I just wanted to, with this additional money, that these projects gets there, especially because what had happened, and because the direction of the city council was to be working on these intersections, as well as other intersections that were included in your recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Bates.
Well, I just want to caution this council. The worst thing you can do is start reacting to a complaint over here and a complaint over there. In other words, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. What I would strongly recommend this council and the staff ride around and you take a look at what the city streets look like. You develop priorities on the needs of the various streets. Simply because people don't call in does not mean that their streets are not in disrepair. And collectively, once you ride with the staff and the council, then you'll be able to set up some priorities. What may be a priority today, when you compare it with other areas of the city, may not be a priority. So don't just start spending money left and right. Look at your city, find out where the problems are, or where the greatest needs are. So that would be my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Bates. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say that this is the work that the consultants and the staff are doing. And I really want to thank for the thoughtfulness that is putting here to do that prioritization. That is not going and jumping into, oh, whoever's needed, but it's a prioritization. And if the city council had a time to look at the memo that you work on, is it really well done, and really put out why these 17 projects that you are recommending and why I am putting the Barrett Avenue and Boulevard is there because it's the 18th project. So it's not, we are not jumping to anything. It's just based on a methodology of prioritizing some of these intersections. So thank you. And I think that is the way that we need to work. And I'm glad that this is a methodology that we are using to do that. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Chavadilla.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Martinez. I just want to recommend that, well, or ask the City Council to take into account that, as a council member Bates just mentioned, this week, next week, the next month, we can receive some requests or identify some locations that maybe check all the priorities that we have defined in this document, and that would be priority number one now. And maybe there's a couple of projects that come up that we don't know right now. Something may happen this weekend that changes everything, and then there's a new location that we put in the priority, and then when we check everything, it takes priority number one, number two, number three, maybe the top 5 priorities, and then what today is project number 18 is going to become project number 20 something. So when we request a prioritization methodology approval, the City Council consider this methodology and approves it, it allows staff to work in a very fair and consistent way that builds trust to the community, because they feel that, as Council Member Bates mentioned, they don't have to call. Some people, they simply don't have time to send an email or to make a phone call, and they can start trusting the system that staff is taking care of everything without them having to make these phone calls.
Thank you.
And if I could, oh, sorry, I was just going to add one thing. Thanks, Councilmember Jimenez, for bringing up the extra funds. I think the idea was always that that line could move down if more funding became available. So to your point, it's not reprioritizing those projects, it's just moving that line down with additional funding. And then also just wanted to mention that in the LRSP, Local Road Safety Plan, we identified several high priority corridors that we then were seeking funding for. So that was the way that we looked at the data, went out and matched that to what we were actually seeing out there, came up with those priority areas based on that, not based on how many phone calls came in on that. So that was kind of the data-driven, proactive approach to safety across the city through that process.
Thank you. Have we had public comment yet?
We have not.
All right, I think it's time for that.
Okay, I do have one speaker. I have Garland Ellis. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, my name is Garland Ellis. I'm president of the Richmond Annex Neighborhood Council. I'm also on the RNCC. Daniel, we look forward to having you come to the RNCC and introducing yourself. We represent all the neighborhoods in the city of Richmond as residents, and we look forward to having a discussion with you and seeing what your game plan is. With regards to the presentation this evening, I find it odd that prior to this item was political, in that the money was allocated. City council people were voting on projects based upon what they wanted and not necessarily what all the residents of the city wanted, but just the residents that they served. There is no transparency here. You list 37 projects, but you don't name what they are. You should have a list of every single one by priority and how much money you're going to spend on each one, and present that to the public, especially concerning all the things that have happened in the past. You're spending $750,000 we don't know if it's equitable throughout the city, which is what we asked for before. It shouldn't be based upon the color of a neighborhood. It shouldn't be based upon the value of a neighborhood. It should be based upon safety. Safety should be number one. Where is the biggest need to protect the most people, whether it be in a car, a pedestrian, or a bicycle? And we look forward to seeing more transparency out of the city council and out of the image.
Your time has expired. I do see two more hands. I have Alfredo Angulo and Jim Hansen. Alfredo, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, members of the City Council. I just wanted to mention, this seems like a great project that the city is undertaking. I think that this, when executed in a fair way, will do a lot to reverse some of the legacies of things like racism in government, in terms of, you know, how some communities see more investment than others, as Councilmember Johnson mentioned. I would love to see these projects be an opportunity for jobs for local community members, relying on local engineers and local construction workers. I think I would encourage to really take the legacy impacts of this investment seriously. I think part of that work relies heavily on this information being very accessible to Richmond residents, to make these requests, particularly through ensuring that everything is translated into really common languages, and that is, as Councilmember Bates suggested, that community members know that they have a way to make their needs recognized. So I'm really happy to see the city undertaking something like this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jim Hansen. Jim, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you, Council. First of all, thank you, Council, in the last budget session for putting in this $750,000 for these uses. It's very much needed and appreciated. I will say, just getting around town a bit more, it's really good to see the speed humps that I've been seeing use the bike out on Ohio. There's a lot of good improvements. Just speaking on behalf of the East Richmond Neighborhood Council, we did want to support, in particular, the neighbors who are for a long time trying to get some safety improvements at Key and Barrett. I also will say that we've been actively trying to participate in some of these, like the pedestrian bike plan. I think they were taking comments 2 weeks ago. I will add that San Pablo Avenue, an area of a lot of, as you know, commercial use, used for people throughout the city. Just driving it, as several of you pointed out, there's actually almost no pedestrian crossing stripe left at Solano and San Pablo, and also at McBride and San Pablo. Fortunately, there was some paving at Barrett and San Pablo, and that's been taken care of. So there's some really simple and important fixes that will benefit the safety of all residents because of these uses in this area. I'll just leave it at that and really look forward to this work moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Emily Ross. Emily, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, council and community. My name is Emily Ross. I'm a Richmond resident. I just wanted to thank city staff and Farron Pierce for working on this. I've been following this for the last year or so, and I've been really impressed along the way with the data tracking and the presentation of data. Tonight in particular, the way the memo laid out the different factors of, whether projects are located in a high injury or equity priority area and with costs associated and the different categorizations. So thank you so much for that. And I've appreciated some of the comments from council, including Councilmember Bates, around, utilizing this prioritization system using the local road safety plan and the bicycle and pedestrian action plan to really prioritize reducing collisions, targeting neighborhoods that are highly trafficked or that need the repairs most, and things like that. So thank you so much.
Thank you. There are no more public speakers.
Thank you. So that leaves us to comments. Are there any more comments from the council? Yes, Councilmember McLaughlin.
I just want to say thank you to everyone involved in this. I want to thank, of course, Patrick Fallon and Ryan McLean, and also our new Public Works Director, Daniel. And I'm gonna butcher the last name. It'll take me some time to get it clarified in my own mind, so it could roll off my tongue. But welcome, Chavarria. Is that right?
You said it right, Chavarria.
All right. So thank you, everyone. I do think we're off to a great start.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, so thank you again. And I want to make a motion to approve the 17 projects that staff is recommending, and add as the 18, which is in the 18 line. So it's not like we are jumping on other ahead of other projects, Barrett Avenue and Keith Boulevard, due to the incidents that are happening there. And add to the $750,000 the monies that we said they were in the CIP budget, which is $300,000, and the $150,000 that was allocated in the CIP budget for the ARPA needs assessment that is no longer needed there. So we have $1.2 million for the staff to start working right away in these, because I think like what we want is that these projects start as soon as possible, so people start to see good results of this investment. So
Second.
Okay, so it has already been seconded, but I do want to add that, so this 1.2 million will be the amount to work with, but I want to make sure we capture what the city manager said, so that 1.2 will go into the mid-year budget as we do the review process. So just as a reminder, so it will go into that that process, but we're allocating it right now.
Okay, so can we have a roll call?
I'd like to ask a question before I vote. I want to know from the city manager, where is this 1.2 million coming from? How does it reflect upon the general fund budget?
You may have stepped away. I said it a little bit wrong. The 750,000.
She's here.
Oh, here she is.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So what I was suggesting earlier, council members, is that if it's okay with the council, if you wanted to allocate, what I was thinking is allocate up to $1.2 million. And then at mid-year, if we need to make any adjustments, we can do that. That will enable us to complete approximately the 18 proposed improvements. Is that what I'm hearing might be considered?
So my friendly amendment was just what Councilmember Jimenez said, to expand the 750,000 to the 1.2 million, and to have that have that amount come forward when in the mid-year budget review. And I mean, does that make sense, City Manager?
Yeah, I think we can do it ministerially now, because I just don't have the particulars in front of me. So we can do it ministerially now. And then if we need to make any cleanup, we can do that at mid-year.
Oh, okay.
As long as that's part of the motion, we're happy to do that.
Okay. So
thank you.
But does that mean
The friendly
Does that
amendment,
mean if you don't have the money, you're not gonna allocate the additional funds?
I believe, Councilmember Bates, that we do have the funding because the expenditure rate in the Public Works budget has been extremely low by the former Public Works Director. So I'm confident that we can find the resources.
okay. I just want to make sure, does the city clerk have my friendly amendment to basically just have it cleaned up with the mid-year budget review, but allocated now?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
I just wanted to make sure that we start as soon as possible these projects. So
Yes.
thank you.
All right, then let's call it to vote.
Okay, Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt is absent. The motion passes with Mayor Butt absent.
Very good. Now we move on to reports of officers, referrals to staff, and general reports, including AB 1234.
Okay. I do have some memorials to read, and these are from the mayor. There's Clara Ray Genzer, mother of Josh and Sandy Genzer. She was 104 years old. Bob Dabney, spouse of Cheryl Mayer. Barbara Martin, spouse of George Martin. And Jim DeWitt, 92, artist, spouse of Sally DeWitt. And that's it.
Okay, anyone else?
Just want to wish the entire community out there a happy Thanksgiving.
All right,
Thank you.
well, happy holidays starting right now. Take care, people. This meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Good night.
Save a
Good
chicken,
night.
eat a turkey.
Good night.
Good night.
Hey, Eduardo.
Yes,
you
sir.
still a gobble, gobble, gobble.
Hey, I'll be at the table.
Okay.